guys are probably really scared right now, and I understand that completely. But I get the better of the deal, and even though it's 3 versus 2, you guys are outnumbered because we're better than you guys. Yeah, we are. We're legends in our own mind compared to you guys. Even though you guys got the egos, we have got the wrestling skill. And this guy right here, we're the Space Cowboys.
All right. I forgot all about that video clip almost for a second. That would have made Falsa's day if I forgot to play that at the beginning of the show, wouldn't it? But I always get a chuckle out of that. We're the Space Cowboys. Oh, yeah. And speaking of, there are two of us on the screen. So with that so far, we have Mr. David Bowling, the Kingpin. How are you tonight?
Doing well. Good to have you back. And always, tip of the hat to DM Foss for thinking about the show.
Absolutely. And he does good work. I mean, that's an old video clip, so I can understand the little bit of background hits and stuff to it. And it cracks me up when I watch it. So, he made it. I'm going to use it.
Yeah, that guy's super creative, man. He hasn't put anything out on the Barely Practical channel recently. I mean, people have, life happens to them, but everybody should check out the Barely Practical channel because DM Foss is really creative.
Yeah, he did a video, I think it was today, where he did a look back at 2021.
Yeah, that's the title of his late night live show. Yeah,
That's what he's going to be doing later tonight. I think it is, isn't it? He's that scheduled. Is that scheduled for tonight?
I think so. I think he does Saturday night and the Sunday morning. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can.
Yep, we've got Bucks out there in the YouTube lands. Evening, Buck.
12:19. So yeah, tomorrow
Yeah,
morning at 4 a.m. I'm assuming that's going to be his 4 a.m. in Pretend World, because he lives over in the West.
yeah, but I think YouTube shows you the times in your time zone.
Well, that's what I always say. Eastern Standard Time is the only time zone that matters. All over the planet, the first time zone that they put in is Eastern Standard Time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the only one that matters.
Yeah, everybody else is in the past.
Yeah, even the people in the future have to wait until Eastern Standard Time to get stuff done.
Mm-hmm.
America, baby. What's going on, Buck? All right, so let's get it, man. The chit chat is out of the way. You say we got 2 match of the year candidates already, or from last week, I mean.
Yeah, this past week, man. Both of them on Wednesday. You had over in New Japan, you had the Best of the Super Junior final, which which took place, and you had Hiromu Takahashi taking on Yo. And if you've never seen a New Japan Super Juniors match, this match epitomizes exactly what their light heavyweight division is all about. This was non-stop from bell to bell. It was an instant classic.
Yeah, I've never even heard of such a thing.
Oh yeah, it's what you've seen like luchador wrestling, right? The masked Mexican guys and stuff, the way they do the flips and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get the New Japan with their Super Junior tournament and their light heavyweight division does that kind of thing, but they also throw in like a lot of strikes and stuff with it as well, and more and some of the technical aspect. So there's a lot more to it than what you get with the Mexican.
What is a Super Junior?
The best of the Super Juniors is a yearly tournament that they do. It's kind of it's a points tournament, right? You get so many points for each win you get, At the end of the tournament, the two wrestlers with the most points face off in the final match of the tournament.
So it's got nothing to do with size or weight class. Super Junior is just some stupid name that they gave.
Yeah, it's just the name of the tournament.
Oh, and one other programming note before we move any further. Tomorrow, the 19th, is the original uh, co-host of this show's birthday, Mr. Ellis Hatfield. So happy birthday, Ellis. Hope you're feeling well, sir.
Yeah, if he's out there, happy birthday. But anyway, they put on a classic of a match, and if you have access to somewhere where you can go and watch it, I would skip the rest of the show and just go right to the main event, which was that match. It was also the finals for their World Tag League tournament as well, but that match wasn't as good. That Best of Super Juniors tournament final was on fire. So that's match one that took place this week. That could be a match of the year candidate. And match two was the first match from Dynamite this week, which was their annual Winter is Coming special episode. Hangman Adam Page defending the AEW World Heavyweight title against Bryan Danielson. They went to a 60-minute Broadway. For those of you out there who don't know what that means, they went to a 60-minute draw for the AEW World title.
And this was the first match on an event.
This was the first match of the night.
Wow. And they let it run for 60 minutes for the first match.
Yep.
That's pretty interesting. It's kind of a change of pace.
I mean, when's the last time in an event in the United States on TV, let alone on a house show or anything, where you saw a 60-minute Broadway match? I mean, this is something that I can't remember since the early 90s, you know?
What's up, Jason? What's up, Buck?
How's it going, everybody?
The thing
Hey
that
guys.
the thing that you gotta also remember is wrestling is scripted. So they
Mhm.
did it on purpose. It's not like a UFC event where, me and Buck are down card fighters and we have the best fight of the night just because we get in there and really swing it out. But, the championship fight was boring and it only lasted for 30 seconds, stuff like that. Like they planned to put an hour long match at the very beginning with a heavyweight title on the line. That's an interesting move.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is something that hasn't really been done since the early 90s. I mean, this is stuff that you would see Ric Flair do on a routine basis when he was the NWA World Heavyweight Champion, at a house show or something. You didn't see this on TV back then.
You mean like a 60-minute time limit?
Yeah, they went the time limit. It was the very first match on the show. And I would have hated to be anybody in any of the matches that came after it.
Yeah, the only time I remember seeing them was, well, I figured it was like they had piss poor attendance on matches, and they'll let one go like from about half show all the way up to the end, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, when that I put on I watched it the next day. That's what I usually do it. I'll work because my wife will have something else on Wednesday nights, so I'll watch it like Thursday morning. I put that on, and as soon as they said the first match was the world title match, I'm thinking, okay, somebody's going to interfere or something. I was not expecting the match we got. I was damn sure not expecting it to go 60 minutes.
How long was the entire event?
It was a 2-hour show.
So one match took up an hour, and then how many matches took up the other hour?
I think they had 4 other matches on the show.
How many matches would you generally have in a normal 2 hour event? More than 4 or 5, right? 5 or 6, right?
Yeah, you're
Well,
looking
you
at like
figure they probably last about 15 minutes per match, maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
yeah, usually your television match you're looking at somewhere depending on what show it is between 15-20 minutes for like a main event type match, with other matches maybe going 10 to 15 minutes on the normal.
You think it might have been a fatigue thing or a scheduling thing? Uh, just let these two guys duke it out for a while and give a couple other wrestlers the night off, or you know, the oh no, maybe tested positive, or somebody missed a flight or something like that. Like,
I think
what do
it's
you
just
think they would?
storytelling, man. Pure and
Uh,
simple. It's just storytelling. AEW does long term storytelling, and they do a lot of like old school kind of stuff. So I think that's what we're looking at. I think we're just looking at old school storytelling. And I mean, the match was just crazy. The the action and stuff, and both of these guys, man. When the match was over and the bell rang, you could see they were both just spent. They put everything into this match. This wasn't like they were trying to cover time or something. This match was from the onset. They had planned for this match to go the whole time limit, and it you could see it in the moves that they were doing and whatnot. And you know how like a play will have acts to the play where you'll have act one, act two, and act three. That's the match was kind of structured that way. So I mean, it was designed. I think this was the plan from the very beginning was that they were going to go to the 60-minute draw with it.
Who was this, Rich? I got here late. Who was it that just went at it for an hour?
It was Hangman Adam Page defending the AEW World Heavyweight title against Bryan Danielson.
Okay, cool, man. I haven't had a chance to see it, but I got some YouTube notifications for that match, so I'll go check that out.
Oh yeah, it was a very good match. Uh, Danielson has probably had the best two matches in AEW this year, and ironically enough, the other one was against the guy that Hangman beat for the AEW World Title. And that was Kenny Omega in Danielson's first match, where him and Omega went to a 30-minute time limit draw.
so, which of the two matches that you just listed are you picking for best of the two?
Out of the two AEW matches or the two matches from this week?
The two matches from this week.
Oh, it's hard because they're different. You know what I mean? I mean, Hiromu and Yo went 45 minutes in Japan in that match. So I mean, and that was nonstop. I mean, you're talking two different weight divisions and stuff too. It's really hard to pick one between the two of them. They were both very, very good matches. I don't know if I can pick right now, honestly. I'd have to go back and watch both the matches again, maybe, before I'd be able to pick one of them. They were both just that good. Yeah, I was about to comment on that. Remember how you were asking me what championship belt Tyrus is walking around with?
Yeah.
That's the belt he's walking around with. The NWA brought back the NWA World Television title, and that is the belt that Tyrus has right now.
Yeah, he's not even a wrestler anymore.
Yeah, he is. He
He's on
he
like Fox News 3 or 4 nights a week. The
yeah he,
Five and Gutfield,
yeah
not the Five. Yeah.
Gutfeld, yeah. But he signed to the NWA. He is currently the NWA World Television Champion.
Did you did you see the clips there where the Gutfeld there had lead singer of Gore on there?
Yeah.
Uh, if you notice in the background, that Tyrus dude, he didn't like that guy. He was being kind of a, I don't know, he was being kind of a bitch uh, to him in the background there. And if you caught the cameras, like he wasn't even paying attention. And he just seemed like really annoyed by that guy and shit. I just thought that was kind of funny, man. He just seemed like he was back there pouting and rude like a little bitch.
Oh, a funny video from him from a few years ago was back when he was in WWE. Him and wrestler named PJ Black, who's from South America, I mean South Africa. They were. It was during Shark Week, and they were going to go into a shark cage and go into the water with the sharks. And Tyrus was scared shitless. It was freaking hilarious.
Well,
And
no, I'll give him that. Who wants to get in the water with a shark, man?
it was funny. PJ Black was like, "Dude, there's nothing to be afraid of. I've done this. I've done this multiple times in my life. This is a common, tourist thing to do here." And Tyrus was like, "No, man, I don't want to get in that cage." It wasn't like he was claustrophobic. He didn't want to get in the water with the sharks. It was funny.
So you say he's still a wrestler? He didn't like retire or anything? So
No, apparently not.
like they'd have to like just strip him of that belt if he didn't want to wrestle, right? To make a new champion.
Yeah, he has so many days he has to defend it and all this other stuff.
I don't think I've seen him wrestle before.
Well, I have. He used to be in WWE. He was Brodus Clay in WWE, the Funkasaurus Rex. Yeah. Well, we've talked about that before on here about him and Tenzon when they were not Tenzon. What the fuck was his name? Oh hell, God, can't remember his damn name. His real name's Matt Bloom. He's one of the trainers for WWE now. But anyway, the two of them they had this gimmick where they were like dancing and stuff. And that was kind of stupid, but it was WWE, and they're you know they do that kind of thing over there. Yeah, that is what it is. But yeah, that the TV title is actually a thing, and the TNT title kinda is like a television championship, just without the television championship stipulation.
Magnum TA and Tully Blanchard are rolling over in their graves
For why?
because Tyrus has got the TV title.
You know who is more associated with the TV title, and it's neither one of those guys. Because Magnum was actually the U.S. title that he had held up. Him and Nikita Koloff were, if you remember, were feuding over that, and him and Tully Blanchard, that's what they were feuding over. But the TV title, you know who held that belt more than anybody else? I mean, any wild
Tyrus.
guesses? No, not Tyrus. No, not Tyrus. I mean, honestly, back in the '80s, the two guys that held the world television title the most. Anybody want to take a guess?
Okay, I took held as technically held because Tyrus has always got the thing on him. So, but you mean like who was the current TV champion the most?
Yeah, back in the '80s.
Uh,
I'm gonna say Barry Windham,
No, not very.
what about uh, Von Erich?
Tito Santana.
No, now, Booker T would have been '90s Fiend Dog. But good guess.
Yeah, but let's see. Uh, man, I don't even have a. Only other guess I would have would be Dusty Rose.
That's one
Yeah,
of them.
I was
You
getting
got
ready to say that.
okay. Kingpin got one of them. Who would be the second?
Well, if it's Dusty Rose, I mean, Ric Flair kicked the crap out of him all the time throughout his career, so it'd probably be Ric Flair.
Nope. Flair never held it.
Dusty must have been scared to fight him.
But you're close with Ric Flair. Think about who Flair was
Or
associated with.
Arn Anderson.
Yep, Arn Anderson.
Now that you said
Yeah,
Arn Anderson, I can clearly picture him with the title on his shoulder.
yeah,
Yep,
I can't do the TV title.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arn Anderson.
yep.
Damn,
Four
Arn
Horsemen.
Kingpin 2 for 2. Mm.
and him and Arn flipped that title. Arn and Dusty flipped that title between the two of them quite a few times in the '80s.
Well, Arn Anderson and Dusty Rhodes are rolling over in their graves right now.
Well, Arn's not dead.
Details, man, details.
Oh shit! I found something out today watching Arn's podcast earlier this morning. Remember back in the '80s when the Four Horsemen followed Dusty into the parking lot of Jim Crockett Promotions and they attacked him as he was getting out of his Mercedes and broke his arm?
Vaguely.
Yeah.
That that happened the same day where Magnum TA had his automobile accident that ended his career.
So Ric Flair cut his brake line and tried to kill the guy.
I don't know if I would go that far and
That's
say
that's what you
that.
just. I'm quoting exactly what you just said, so it's on the record that you're blaming Ric Flair for trying to kill Magnum TA.
But isn't that
It was
crazy
the
though?
it was
They
the
filmed
Horsemen,
that.
the conspiracy.
But isn't that crazy though? I mean, think about it. They filmed that angle, and then later that night's when Magnum had his accident. That's crazy if you stop and think about it. Those two things in October of '86 completely changed Jim Crockett Promotions going forward. Those are probably the two biggest things that happened in that promotion. And they both happened on the same day. One, obviously, as a planned angle, and the other one as a freak automobile accident.
So they planned to break Dust. They planned to break his arm.
Yeah, that was a setup. I mean, that was an angle that they were doing.
That's assault.
Yeah, you would think, right? Beat the guy up in the parking lot and break his arm. You know, anywhere else you'd be in jail for 10, 15 years, right?
That's like trying to hit a guy in the head with a football helmet.
Uh huh.
I think you guys are doing a disservice to the justice system in this country when we could clearly be talking about a plot to murder Magnum TA.
No, I don't think that was a.
I've got pictures of Arn Anderson with grease on his fingers from disconnecting the brake lines. Allegedly, if true.
You know, that night, all the Four Horsemen were in a different town because they were having a wrestling match. Magnum was originally scheduled to be on that event, but he asked for the day off.
I seen this on Columbo once. One of the Horsemen's got a twin brother.
Just one more thing. Just one more thing.
You know, where was Gene Anderson that day? You know, if you want to go back even farther into Ole Anderson, remember this was back when Ole was in the Four Horsemen. Gene was his kayfabe brother. Where was Gene when all of this stuff was going on? Hmm.
Cutting brake lines.
We've uncovered something, boys.
Yeah, I think we have. I mean, not to make light of what happened to Magnum or anything, but that was like 30 years ago, so 35 years ago.
There's no cutoff on murder.
No, 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 no. I'm talking about as far as goofing around about it, but honestly though, man, that is crazy to think about that they filmed that angle on the same day that Magnum had his automobile accident, and that led to Nikita Koloff being turned face, and him joining Dusty Rhodes in a match in the ring when nobody was expecting. Nikita coming out to save Dusty from an attack by the Horsemen in Philadelphia, and
City of
Nikita,
brotherly love.
yeah, Nikita would go on that year and Thanksgiving, what during Starcade, which if you guys remember back in the '80s, Starcade always happened at Thanksgiving, right? And Nikita would have Magnum spot in the main event, taking on Ric Flair for the World Heavyweight title.
Did Nikita really sound like that real raspy? Like the character Nikita Koloff, did the real human being have that same type of voice?
He didn't. He was on Arn's podcast a couple weeks ago. For was it Tony Schiavone's? It might have been Tony Schiavone's. They had a bunch of the guys from the '80s that came on and were talking to him. And Nikita now just sounds like a regular, average, everyday guy. But he actually changed his name legally to Nikita Koloff. But he didn't have the. He can still do the Russian accent and everything. But back in the '80s, he hired a voice coach and everything to teach him how to talk like somebody that was from Russia. And he was that if you listen to like Ric Flair and Arn Anderson when they talk about Nikita, he got completely into the gimmick. He wanted to sound like somebody that was from Russia. Anytime he left the house, he would not speak in his normal voice. He always spoke in the Nikita Koloff voice.
Wait a minute, man. You're pushing me to an episode here. Are you telling me after all my lifetime, Nikita Koloff wasn't really a Russian?
Nope, he's from Minnesota.
What? Oh,
Yeah, yeah. You want to hear a better one? Ivan Koloff. He's
I
not
don't
from
think I
Russia
can
either.
take it anymore. Ivan's not either.
No, he's from
Oh my!
Montreal.
Hey,
He's French Canadian.
are you sitting down, Jason? Because I got one that's really gonna knock your socks off. Junkyard Dog's not really a black guy either.
No. Junkyard Dog
No
was a black guy.
way.
Nor a dog.
No, he wasn't a dog, but he was a black guy.
My mind can't take any of this, man. I got an instant headache behind my
Uh,
eyeballs.
the Road Warriors,
I'm
the Road
questioning my entire childhood.
the Road Warriors, they weren't from Chicago. Yeah, Crusher Khrushchev was Smash and Repo Man. His real name's Barry Darso. But Crusher Khrushchev wasn't actually ever saying that he was Russian. If you remember the Crusher Khrushchev character, he was a traitor who joined. He was an American who joined the Russians. He went from being Man Mountain Darso to being Crusher Khrushchev when he went from being a face to a heel. Yeah, but yeah, he was one half of Demolition.
I still can't get over that it was fake Russians, man. I, I've been misled my entire lifetime.
Yeah.
I had not a clue. I thought
Oh,
they was like real Russians that moved to America.
yeah. Well, Baron von Raschke, he wasn't German either. He was from Minnesota too.
Of course, I guess it's my bad for trusting Vince McMahon for the last 40 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there was one Russian that actually was Russian. That was Nikolai Volkov, who was he actually is a Russian.
And FPS Russia. He was a real Russian too.
Hmm. But as far as wrestling is concerned, yeah, Vladimir Volkov, or what the hell was his name? Nikolai Volkov. He actually was a Russian. So not all the Russians were fake.
I had a girlfriend that said she was an angel, but she turned out to be a demon.
Now, if this makes you feel better, the Iron Sheik actually was Iranian.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
really the real Iron Sheik really sounds like the character of the Iron Sheik, except the character was less drunk.
Yeah, right. The Iron Sheik, man. That guy actually was a legit amateur wrestler. When he defected to the United States, he was one of the coaches for the U.S. Olympic team.
At the time, when you look back at it and you think about like the era and you being a little kid, the Iron Sheik was one of the best characters out there. Like you really felt like this was like a big badass dude from the desert that's here to whip some ass, and Sergeant Slaughter and Hulk Hogan got to defend America from like they really did well coming up with that.
the camel clutch.
Oh yeah, when they had Iron Sheik and Nikolai Volkov when they went on their title run against Wyndham and Rotunda. Remember when the Wyndham and Rotunda were the U.S. Express and they were taking on this Iron Sheik and Nikolai Volkov? Man, that was brilliant. I mean, that was the height of the Cold War. You just had Rocky Four come out, you know.
Yeah, I'll go with that too. The Sheik was a good character, man. He always seemed like a tough guy. It was going to be a fight. Wasn't like the modern day wrestling, with the showboating and all this and that. He was just big, mean, and tough.
Yeah, it's, yeah. When you're a kid and you still have that youthfulness about you, you can think about the characters and really get into the big good guy, bad guy role. But obviously, when you grow up and you start understanding more that is, entertainment value, you've got to look to the quality of the moves and the quality of the uh, choreography and stuff like that. Because I don't really believe that the Undertaker is a Paul is an Undertaker that's from beyond the grave anymore.
I don't think I ever did buy into that whole gimmick.
Well,
Any of
not
this,
by the time Undertaker came out, but when I was a little kid, the first time I saw the Kamala, the Ugandan giant, I was like, "Oh my God, this guy's gonna kill somebody."
hmm yeah, I mean, like Kamala was believable, because we weren't educated. You know what I mean? I don't mean that as a slight to our teachers or anything, but we really didn't study African history or anything, so the character of Kamala was believable. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah,
I
it looked
mean,
like a head hunting cannibal to me. Yeah.
the biggest flaw is which you gain from education is there's nobody in Africa that fat. No, there's like you'd have to have like six guys holding on to each other to be that fat in Africa.
Well, that depends on what part of Africa you're in. But yeah, I
Yeah,
see. I mean, Ethiopia, yeah, okay. But
yeah, I remember the day that Mark Callis first started wrestling, The Undertaker, when he first debuted.
Mean Mark.
Yeah,
yeah,
21 years old.
yeah, Mean Mark Callis, man, I remember that.
He uh he went to
He was a
school.
skinny little son bitch.
Yeah,
As far as I've been told, for a bunch of wrestling fans that I used to hang out with, he went to school. The Undertaker guy, right up the street from where I live at right now.
I mean, isn't he from Texas?
That's what I'm saying. I don't. I'm just going by what I was told. I never looked into it for 1 second ever.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought he was from Ohio.
No, he's
I thought
from
he was from
Texas.
Bucyrus, Ohio.
He's from the Dallas area, if I remember right.
You
Yeah,
guys
Fiend
didn't know
Dog.
I live in Texas.
Yeah, Fiend Dog brings up about the when you put it on the screen about the Iron Sheik and Jim Duggan when they were caught smoking pot. Yeah, I was just watching the video about that earlier. I think it was Cultaholic put out a video on like 10 different crazy road stories, or I think it might have been Parts Fun, but anyway, and that was one of the ones they had in the video. Uh, Hacksaw and Sheik both got fired over that incident.
Okay, explain to me what kayfabe means in like
Kayfabe
one sentence or
storyline.
less.
Storyline.
Okay,
Like when I said Gene Anderson and Ole Anderson were kayfabe brothers, that means in the storyline they were brothers.
okay, I got you.
If something's shoot, that's real. If something's kayfabe, that's storyline.
Yeah, I remember when I was younger, I walked. It was in Richmond. They had a wrestling match, and I walked in this little Mini Mart is a U Totem store right up there by the Coliseum. I went in there to get me a 6 pack of beer, and I was walking out. It was Ric Flair, Nikita Koloff, Ox Baker, and a couple of other dudes, man. And they are some big son of a bitches. All I gotta say.
Hmm.
I got off the sidewalk and let them pass.
Yeah, you don't realize just how big these guys are until you're like in the same places they are. Like if you look on when you're watching TV, Randy Savage fighting Ricky Steamboat, they don't look that big, right? But I've told the story about how my stepfather was like was the notary, and he did work for the various wrestlers when they would come into Pittsburgh, and how he took me to meet Randy Savage. Dude was freaking huge when you actually were standing there in front of him. You know, without any of the other wrestlers around and stuff. Savage was a big guy.
Uh-huh. So they used to uh back in the day down in Columbus, the airport, it was a big airport, but it's much smaller than it is now, in the old fashioned ways of doing things. But when they would come into Columbus quite a bit, we just go down to the airport. You could just be like in the lobby, and you catch at the right time. The wrestlers would all come in off the planes. They're not actually like hanging out that much together. You know what I mean? But like every few groups of people come by, there'd be one of the superstar wrestlers that you see. And I remember seeing Randy Savage there, and he was with his lady, and it wasn't Elizabeth, and that kind of struck me as a young kid. You know what I mean? Hey, what's going on here? But a lot of them I'd seen there and went down there twice. I did that. Yeah, they were huge even as a kid. I remember seeing Randy Savage, like Tiger Chung Lee, just a whole bunch of them one day. But I do remember Savage was with a really long blonde haired girl, dressed like she was from California or something, and yeah, they were just like regular people, you know what I mean? They got to carry their own luggage and walk to their own taxi just like everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, have you ever heard the story of when uh, Big Show, when he was starting out and he was the giant in WCW, when he beat Hulk Hogan for the world title, and he tells the story about when he was walking through the airport with the belt. And I think I've told the story, but I don't know if you guys heard it or not.
Yeah, I remember you saying something about it.
I
Yeah.
imagine people weren't too pleased.
Well, he's walking through the airport with the belt, and he thinks he's a big shot because that's what he was told to do, right? I forget who he said told him to do it, but they did it as a rib because wrestlers will rib on each other, right? So somebody told him, yeah, you got to walk through the airport with the belt and everything, make sure people see you with the belt. And he's like, I'm walking through the belt through the airport, and the guy's like, hey champ, how's it going, champ? Hey champ, and he's like, I'm feeling good about myself. And I come across Sting, and Steve Borden standing there, and he just gives me a look like, what the fuck are you doing? And she's like, you look like a goddamn idiot. He's like, Sting just crushed my high right then and there, man. I felt like a fool.
I see. I thought you were gonna say a bunch of Hulkamaniacs were like, "Screw you, dude. This is America."
Yeah, but
You remember when Hulk was the real American hero, fighting for the rights of every man?
yeah. The crazy part about that song, it wasn't even written for Hogan. He just
Well,
heard
we
it and
figured
liked
that
it.
out when it said he's fighting for the rights of every man.
Yeah, that was actually written for Wyndham and Rotunda. If you had the, I don't know if you guys ever had the wrestling album when it came out. They had the different songs that would be used for different wrestlers for their intro music and stuff on it, and they're telling like the stories on the cassette and I guess on the vinyl too if you had the vinyl. But they're telling the story about how the song came about, and it was written for Mike Rotunda and Barry Windham. Somehow Hogan ended up with it.
I imagine that the conversation went a little bit like this. Hulk Hogan walks past the room. Oh, what's that sound? Oh, I like that song. That's pretty good. I think I'll use that for my theme song. Oh, well, we wrote this for Barry and Rotunda. Like I said, I think I'll use this for my theme song. And they said,
Hmm.
yes, sir, Mr. Hogan.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they went something like that.
Vince said I could have that song.
Vince hasn't heard it yet. Vince is going to say that I can have that song.
Yeah, remember this is back when Vince was just an announcer. You know, he actually wasn't running things. He was just an announcer, as far as anybody knew back then.
Well, I mean,
Nobody.
if, what's the point of being the face of the franchise if you can't pull your weight a little bit?
Mm, yeah, when we were kids, everybody thought Vince McMahon was just the announcer. nobody, nobody actually knew that he was running the company at that point. I mean, obviously people knew, but when you were a kid, you didn't realize this was the guy that was in charge of everything because they didn't play up that angle. This is before the Mr. McMahon character and everything during the Attitude Era, you know. Yeah, back then we thought Jack Tunney was running everything because that's who we kept getting told on TV was in charge in WWE. Anytime somebody got in trouble, we had Jack Tunney showing up on the TV screen telling us about it. And Fiend Dog says, especially when Vince and Jesse argued. Yeah, I mean, who'd have thunk that Jesse Ventura would have been arguing with his boss like that, you know? Especially with the ego that we know now that Vince has. If that just made it look like Vince was even less in charge back then. Man,
And who thought Jess would be a governor
good
back
lord.
then?
Remember, that guy had aspirations to run for president at one point. And what did him in was when he was governor of Minnesota and Vince originally did the XFL, instead of doing his job as governor because they had a major blizzard or something that happened in Minnesota, Jesse was in California calling a freaking XFL game. That didn't go over very well back in Minnesota.
Now, I'm sure that didn't.
Yeah, I worked for a company whose we had two plants, and the other one was in Minnesota, and they sent us like a newspaper cartoon drawing that we hung up in the building. Said, "Our governor can beat up your governor."
There we go. There's a match. Arnold Schwarzenegger versus Jesse Ventura. Whose governor can beat up the other state's governor? What do you think? Who would win that match? Arnold or Jesse?
Currently, right now, today,
Yeah, they were.
Jesse Ventura with the floor.
What do you think, Buck?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Jesse.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Jesse too. I think he's got more of the mean streak in him.
Excuse me. Yeah, that would be crazy though to see. Team Dog says Jesse would have used brass knucks. Yeah, what was it Jesse said? Win if you may, lose if you must, but always cheat.
Figured he'd have made a better politician with a statement like that.
Mm. Well, he let money get the better of him. His XFL money was more important than taking care of the state of Minnesota.
He was also a little bit of a conspiracy theorist before his time.
You think?
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
Just a little bit.
I mean,
I'm just looking for the truth, man. Jesse, I think you smoked a little too much when you were over in Nam, man. I want to cut that back a little bit. Somebody remember Jesse Ventura was one of the original 9/11 truth or conspiracy guys, along with Alex Jones.
yeah. Well, just for a second, let's not compare Alex Jones to Jesse Ventura because Jesse Ventura you can prove wrong. Alex Jones you got to prove wrong, and no one's been able to do that yet.
Well, Alex Jones did lose that defamation lawsuit from the uh, families in Connecticut.
A defamation lawsuit isn't that he would.
That's technicalities.
It's a technicality. That was the. He also got kicked off the entire internet too for uh, saying the stuff that he did, but that doesn't mean anybody proved him wrong. And Alex Jones didn't directly say that the school thing didn't happen. He didn't say it was fake. He just said
Yeah,
that
he
there was
actually
crisis
did.
actors there.
He actually did say it was fake at one point. He tried walking that back real quick when the lawsuit was filed.
Uh, but Jesse's problem was he couldn't get over that jet fuel melting steel. When everybody that knows anything about burning metal was like, you don't have to melt the steel, you idiot.
No, you just got to soften it.
Yeah,
I mean, has he never seen how a forge is used to turn a steel block into a knife?
Yeah, yeah. You make steel with fire. It melts.
Yeah, yeah,
he
If
just
steel
wouldn't let
didn't
that.
melt, you couldn't make steel. It would still be a rock.
exactly. It would still be iron.
He wouldn't let that one go.
He still won't let that one go. And he's not the only one. I don't know how many arguments I've had with people that insist that fire doesn't melt steel. Have you ever been in a steel foundry? Have you ever watched Forged in fucking Fire? That one show on the History Channel where they show them making knives and swords and shit completely destroys the argument that steel is not melted by fire.
My
And
favorite,
a
my
whole lot
favorite.
of.
I'm sorry, Jason. Go ahead, bud.
Oh, I was just gonna add that a whole lot of fire, a whole lot of hot fire melts steel a whole lot quicker.
Mm-hmm. And if you understand how the wind buffets things at the altitude that the World Trade Centers were at, where the planes impacted, and how hot jet fuel burns, and those winds buffeting that building at that speed, supplying oxygen to that jet fuel fire, that is going to burn extremely and intensely hot.
Jet fuel ain't no big lighter or nothing.
No.
I'm not giving a pass to the American government. They're culpable in 9/11. I mean, I think it's pretty clear. Uh, but I'm not gonna. My favorite is when you're talking to somebody and they tell you how George Bush is like the stupidest human that's ever lived, and then the very following second he masterminded 9/11 from the White House.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wait a second, wait a second. The most intricate terrorist attack in human history. The stupidest person on the planet put that all together, right? That's what you're telling me now.
Uh-huh. Well, obviously. Come on. It just makes sense. It just makes common sense, as Fauci would say.
I represent science.
I am science. Anybody who doesn't believe the science doesn't believe me. I am science. What?
Yeah, Fiend Dog. That's. I'm not giving them a pass. They're culpable, but I don't think that George Bush sat there and planned it like some other crazy people think.
No. Speaking of Fauci, have you guys seen Jeff Dunham's Christmas video this year?
No, but I heard about it. I heard it was funny as hell.
Oh, it is, man. He's got Bubba J playing Fauci, Ahmed playing Nancy Pelosi, obviously Walters playing Biden and Trump, and Kamala Harris no showed. It's absolutely hilarious.
Hey, you guys know Kyle Lusk over there on the Georgia Shooting Connection?
Hmm.
He was just on the Uncle Jim chat, and
Yeah, I seen him over
he's
there.
got a T-shirt. It's like the Bounty paper towels
Hmm.
logo. He's got a T-shirt that's like the Bounty paper towels. It says Biden, the quicker fucker upper.
You know, I've said it
Yeah, I
before,
like that
but
shirt.
I've said it before. Don't forget Obama's quote when he was questioned about why he didn't endorse Biden during the 2020 Democratic primary, and his response was, "Don't underestimate Joe's ability to fuck things up."
Well, he's living up to his word, I guess.
No, that was Obama's response to the question why he didn't endorse Biden during the primary.
Yeah, old Obama's gotten a little more braver in his statements since he's no longer in office. Like they'll praise the man when he says something that the left likes, but when he says something else, they just ignore it like anything else. Like I was shocked Obama come out and said crap about people being woke. You need to get over just being woke. That's pretty stupid. You need to grow up, be an adult, and get over that pretty fast.
There was
And
an art-
nobody, it didn't change anything.
there was an article written by a leftist for like Slate or one of those far left publications that said that if Obama ran for president today, he would be a Republican.
By Republican standards, yeah.
It's like, okay then. But,
Him and Liz Cheney on a ticket together.
hmm but yeah, I got this from Gun Toting Pacifist.
Hey, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's embroidered. It's
Love them
not one of those.
colors.
It's not one of those PVC ones either. It's an embroidered patch.
Yeah, that looks nice.
Yeah, I
Good
like
quality.
that.
Programming note: gun-toting pacifist birthday is Monday.
Oh well, if he watches this, happy birthday, Pastor. I was gonna text him too. He always lets me know about Beretta stuff, and I was letting him know that the big sales going on at Beretta right now.
Yeah, I just put new grips on my pistol today.
You
The
gonna get one?
92 clone.
You're gonna get one of those M9A4s, Jason?
No, I
No,
really don't care for that pistol. Actually, it's just an M9A3 cut
no.
for a red dot.
Yeah, it's got
Is
the
the
red
only
dot cut.
difference. But that I just don't like that color gun.
And what if they
And
came out with it in black? Well, you could always get it Cerakoted.
I have it in black. It's called a 92X. It's the same. It's the same exact gun.
Yeah, but
It's
It's not cut for the red dot, is it?
nah, but I don't have a red dot, so that's fine. But, same gun. Uh, there's a Vertec Beretta, and then there's the traditional grip Beretta. Despite what little tweaks or things they call it, it's the same guns. It's I just never took for that FDE color, man. It's just kind of just not my thing. And like those are a little funny. They have the traditional Beretta barrel where the barrel sticks out past the slide. I've drifted over like in the X guns where the barrel's cut flush and everything. So I just don't go for that. That Beretta you're talking about, the new four.
It's kind of like why I didn't pick up the new Canic Limite. because it's in that stupid flat dark earth color too. And yeah, baby poop brown, exactly, fiend dog. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that coloration either.
Yeah, you know what? I've seen that color mixed with like stainless slides or something and like mix that color and then match the frame and the barrels and do some opposite colors. And I've seen that FDE frame and everything make a decent looking gun. uh, Even against like OD green in that FDE parts. I've seen them mixed and matched where they look okay, but just how they do it like that FDE. I don't know. Maybe it's a newer thing. You know what I mean? The younger crowd or whatever, because the military is all that color. But I just never took to it. Uh, Not just really never did.
Oh yeah, I get it, man. Like I said, I'm not a fan of it either. I mean, I like the urban gray or something like that. That looks like on my P10C. That looks good, the urban gray and stuff. But man, that flat dark earth, I just never. Yeah. What about you guys?
Well, I look around. Like half of the year our weather around here is fall and winter and dead trees and we have that color, browns, beiges. That's all we got. But I'm not really planning on going and completely camouflaging myself into the wilderness, with a handgun. So
Yeah.
for me, I just never seen a reasoning behind it. I understand if you were hunting or something, but like I'm not like a, a domestic terrorist or something. I need to, hide outside in the elements and blend
No.
in. So I
Well, even hunting, man, it's not even good camo for around here. I mean, it's flat dark earth is like desert. You know?
oh, I get it. You could use green here, when it's summer and the leaves and everything and the grass, but once that's all gone, I can see, you would stick out like a sore thumb in camo. So I see the beige deal and all that, but I never a fan of it. I haven't took to the beige color, even beige gear or backpack or any of that stuff. I've just never hopped on that color. Maybe the modern people, maybe people that are recent veterans or currently serving. That's all they're used to. Good for them. But I just never hopped on it.
Yeah. I mean, well, around here, I mean, Christ, you know, by the time to get the deer season and the leaves are all gone, everything's gray. So you'd stick out like a sore thumb if you had a flat dark earth gun trying to camouflage it. Sorry to say that that's camouflage around here this time of year. You got a bunch of trees without leaves and it's just tree bark. Now, I've never seen tree bark that color myself, but you know,
The color of your gun isn't going to make any difference whatsoever
no,
for camouflage. Like zero, absolutely zero.
yeah, no. Well, that depends if if it's a rifle, yeah, rifle, shotgun, yeah, handgun, not really.
I can't even give you a rifle or shotgun unless you're talking about you got a highly polished, all stainless steel rifle that's going to glimmer in the sun. Like I think if you just got a regular black shotgun or black 30-30 or whatever people hunt with, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't care what color it is, as long as it goes bang when I pull the trigger.
Yeah, if you got a certain length long gun, yeah, some kind of camouflage can actually break up the pattern on it. So you know, you got to take consideration. There are animals out there that have better eyesight than we do, to where they're going to pick up so you want to break that up somewhat. So like with my wife's bolt action, her Ruger American and 450 Bushmaster, that's got the camo stock on it, something like that. Yeah, okay. For a deer hunting rifle or
Well,
if you're using it for like hog hunting or something like that, okay. But you know, a handgun, you're not going to be camouflaging a handgun and really make that matter.
okay, so nobody likes the FDE colored guns. What about those Canic guns that are white and black? What do you think of that?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the white and black color scheme on a firearm either.
I have one gun. I bought the Beretta APX from Scotsman, and he put the green thing on the bottom, the green grip frame, and he sent me the black one when I bought it. And my roommate said he liked the green better, so I just left it on there just for him. But my opinion, I don't mind. Like the Shadow 2's got blue grips. DM Foss put that one gun out where he put all the red trim all over it, like the red safety and all that other kind of stuff. That's all fine and dandy, but guns are supposed to be stainless steel or black.
If you want to make a gun your own by accenting things with different colors, oh, okay, but you know, doesn't mean I want it that way.
Yeah, I don't go too crazy, but I like the white and black grips. It seems bright in the daytime, but like a gun that sometimes I usually just sit next to my alarm clock. Um, and I thought about it before because one of my choices for carry gun has white and black grips. In the dark, it's easy to find and grab. It really is. You can, it doesn't take much, light through the window, moonlight or whatever. You can see your grips. So, you can grab that gun. And if you were outside on the street or in a yard and you got into it or something, if, you dropped that gun, you don't want to sit there searching, where'd my black gun go? You know what I mean? So I see the usefulness of some bright colored grips that I'd never really thought about before. But yeah, I try not to go too extravagant or anything too outrageous, but I do like the looks of my black and gray grips.
I take it back. I have two of the green things. The APX, the grip frame is green, and that Timber 1911 I've got is green.
I think the only
I think all my guns are black. I think.
the only
Yeah.
one yeah, the only one I got that has any color to it is that P10C with the urban gray grip frame. That that was back when that was a limited edition thing before CZ decided, oh, that's popular. Let's just make that a standard option now. Mine actually is the limited edition version with that.
I brought up that white Canic gun. I don't know what it is, whether they SPXs something.
Yeah, the
My
PP9 SFX.
Yeah, my dealer just showed me one, opened it up, and had a whole bunch of stuff with it. You know what I mean? In the case, all kinds of
Oh yeah,
accessories, stuff.
yeah.
It was loaded up,
Can it
and
gives you a bunch of stuff
he
when you
opened
buy
that up.
one.
Yeah, he showed it to me and everything, and I was like, "What the hell is this? Star Wars?" And he said, "That's
Mm-hmm,
what everybody says."
mm-hmm,
Again's
yeah,
got a Square magazine release button on it.
yeah. All the mechanics do. That's like their thing.
I thought the sights just, I don't know. I wouldn't. The sights looked really skinny and weird and on the back of it to me. I wasn't really super impressed, but it had the lightning cuts on the slide. It was a had a
Those sights on that,
yeah,
they look weird at first, but more you use them bitches are awesome. I love it. The
yeah. I didn't.
black, the one I got has got blacked out sights on the rear.
Yeah, well, this one seemed like it had. It's like the sight just seemed skinny, and then the dots seemed really big for the overall size of the sight material. It just seemed odd to me at first. I tried to trigger out a little bit. Seemed okay. I don't know what anybody like. I know some people that just like, oh wow, like that's awesome and everything. But it seemed nice. But I don't know, man. I just in black that might be a pretty cool gun, but in white like that and everything, it kind of looked like a toy.
Yeah, Canics do for striker fired pistols. Canics have one of the best triggers around. They really do. I've pulled the trigger on a few of them, and they all seem to have a very nice trigger for a striker fired pistol.
Yeah, I forget. It wasn't all that expensive.
No, they're
Yeah,
not.
it was fairly cheap, and it had like I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think it had plates in it for a red dot. It
Hmm.
might have had a threaded burl. It was all kind. I mean, the foam inside the case had slots just packed with all kinds of stuff. But it's just like a shock when you open it up and you see it's all white and black like that and everything. It just seemed very Star Warsy to me.
The can I want's the TP9 Elite, SC Elite. Those things are a nice little carry gun.
Well, he's got a few more. He's got a couple. I think there's one next to it that is the FDE color, or like maybe a two tone in FDE, like a dark and a light. He had a few of them down there, but I didn't check them out any more than that. I had my eye on something else.
No, we've been joined out there by Obnoxious One. He says Canic out of the box has the best trigger available at that price range. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to argue that one
Yeah,
bit.
at that price range, yes, sir. It was better than like the other polymer guns I've test fired.
Yeah, for the cost, I mean, that they're not a bad handgun whatsoever. Like, people look at the cost of them and think, oh, that's got to be junk. They're not. Pissed me off. Sportsman's Guide had them for 360 and they sold out. I was like, son of a bitch.
Yeah, I think the ones my dealer have. I'm not sure, but I think they might be in the 400 and some dollar range. 465, 475, something like that. Maybe a little more. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they had the TP9 SC Elites for 360. And those things, 360, $360 for one. And it's cut for an optic. You don't see handguns cut for optics for $360. You know what I mean? It just ticked me off that they sold out as fast as they did when they had them at that price for around that was around Black Friday. I don't think they've gotten them back in stock since. That
I
is
got a new
true.
grip in the mail today. I'm gonna try out the Magpul Myad, MIAD. Is that how you say it? It's the AR grip that it's got interchangeable front and back straps on it. Got a little oil bottle in the bottom of it. Uh, I don't know. I pulled it out of the package. I haven't put it on the rifle yet, but I don't know. It feels okay. Not really like super impressed with it. Uh, kind of a little disappointed. It put together it really no different than like a $20 Magpul grip. Really, honestly, in feel and everything. But I'm gonna try it out. Switch the straps around. See if just see how it feels. But figured I'd try it out.
Hey, Rich, I just sent you an email.
Let's see if I get it. Every time you tell you sent me an email, I never get it.
Hey, I'm out in the boondocks, man. It might take a minute. I'm surprised it sent that fast here.
Mhm.
It is Christmas, so shipping is a little slow.
Uh-huh.
I got a car 15 buttstock too when I got this grip. It came out. It's from Brownells. Nice quality. Fit really nice. Very small.
Yeah, still haven't got here. If you give it a couple minutes, I guess. you know, Christmas season, and like you said, Buck, shipping and everything takes time this time of year, right?
Yeah, yeah. Uh, Stuff I've been ordering for the last few weeks has had a few extra days. But I was talking the other night. I shipped a deer head to my niece in Virginia, a 8 point buck rack, and
Mm-hmm.
I had to get a 24 by 24 by 44 box to fit it in. Right. Uh, Went to UPS Thursday afternoon because they don't open till after 3 o'clock in the evening here. But I had somebody take it there. $135 to ship it. Was on their cheapest shipping they had. Mailed it Thursday. She got it this morning, Saturday. So less than 2 days shipping on a great big box.
So I'm gonna guess that it shall not be named. Their first initial is an S. The 10 millimeter with their optic cut for 619. That's not bad.
Screw it, man. If you want to buy Springfield, buy Springfield. Who cares? There's you. If you're gonna get that picky, I could come to your house and pick out 1,000 products you use every day and the clothes you wear that comes from companies that do far worse against the Second Amendment than they did. So if you want to buy their gun, just go buy it, man. Don't worry about
Oh
what
hell, he
somebody
said it
else.
had it. He said it had an optic on it too. 619 with the optic cut. That's damn good price actually. Yeah. We've been joined by Stacy out there as well. Evening, man.
Hi,
Now,
Stacy.
Snob sold his Springfield trying to get the Smith and Wesson M&P 10 millimeter, and he still ain't got it. I think somebody's pulling Snobby's leg somewhere out there.
Man, it seems that's the way it is. If there's a gun that you like really, really want, I mean, you got your heart set on it, psh, out of stock. You know what I mean? That's that's just how it is.
Best part is Pacifist got one.
Yeah, somebody else I know has one too. I heard them
But
talking about it.
What is it? Maybe I'll go get one just to rub it in.
the Smith and Wesson 10 millimeter,
What kind of Smith and Wesson?
it's an M&P.
An M&P 10 millimeter.
Yeah,
I'll go. I'll go see my dealer. Maybe got one. I'll take a picture.
their optic cut and everything too. Yeah, Snob's had one on order since they announced the thing, and he's still waiting. I told him Stacy bought it, and just never told him. She's got it hidden somewhere in the house.
If you're gonna buy one, you might as well buy two, man. How many hands you got? I mean, do you go to the store and buy just one shoe? Yeah. So if you can find one, get two of them.
The guy Brandon Tatum put out a video today showing a guy uh, robbing a jewelry store, holding a gun in his feet. He racked the slide with his feet, grabbed it with both legs, and pointed it right at this dude. It's like, I'm getting ready to shoot you. You're being robbed.
That's amazing.
I mean, he had pretty excellent control of the gun, with only being able to use his feet and toes. But I don't think the people in the store really weren't taking him seriously. There was one lady in there shopping that was just like, and just turned around and started looking at other stuff while he's robbing the place. And I don't think the guy behind the counter gave him anything. I didn't get to see the whole actual robbery tape. He just showed the part where the guy was pointing the gun at him with his foot, and then he grabbed the slide and racked the slide with his other foot and was drawing down on him with both feet on the gun, toes forward, I guess.
Damn.
All right. Buck's email finally came through, so let me share this. Okay, you guys seeing that?
Gerson.
So this one's the before Buck.
Yeah.
So this is when you first got it, and this is the grips you just put on it.
Yeah, I just put them on tonight.
Yeah, it's not bad looking.
Nice.
Yeah.
What kind of grips are those, man? Is those lock grips?
Oh, no, they're gun. Oh, they're gun something or another. Oh, I forgot what I did with them.
Now,
Yeah, just gun custom G10 grips.
are those for a Beretta, or those specifically for the
Yeah,
Gerson?
for Beretta 92.
Okay, 'cause I've heard some people say that some of the Beretta grips don't fit the Gersons. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah, I was wondering what parts actually would go on that.
Yeah, they fit, but you got to do a little filing on them and stuff. The holes ain't exactly right.
Oh,
Well, one side was right, the other side was kind of off a little bit.
So hey, Buck, has that gun got a safety on it? So when you put it on safety, that trigger's dead.
Yeah.
Right. It just loose. It pulls. Here's what you gotta test out with any grips that you change. You know how there's that trigger bar on the outside of the gun that's sliding on the right hand side there. Put that in safety action where you can pull that trigger. It'd be real nice and easy. Now take your thumb and press on those grips above that top screw, and you can bend that grip, right? And you can feel if there's a friction from those grips grinding on that trigger bar, okay? You can actually, on most grips that I've ever dealt with, if you pull the trigger all the way back and then squeeze that grip, it'll hold the trigger back because there's contact underneath the bottom of that grip and that trigger bar, and that trigger bar has some play where it will pull in and out a little bit. So I test all my guns to make sure I'm not getting any drag or anything, and it's real easy to tell when you got it on the safety like that. But if you have that problem, if you flip the grip over, they should have like a
I didn't hear that last part, Jason. You broke up.
Yeah, you may have lost Jason there for a minute.
Yeah, Jason's audio is definitely dropped out.
Yeah. This technical difficulty brought to you by Beretta. Beretta, we don't like people showing off copies of our guns.
That'll be all right.
I was making a joke, man. Come on. Yeah, and there he goes. The Beretta got to him.
Is there any reason, like, is today a holiday or something?
I don't know. Is it still Hanukkah?
I don't know. Just down the street in my neighborhood, there like 4th of July fireworks are going off.
I don't know. Did they have a parade or something today?
I have no idea. Jason's back.
Sorry about that, man. My internet just gave up a hiccup for some reason.
If Ric Flair's been anywhere around Ohio, watch your brake lines.
I think Arn would be the one that you'd have to watch out for on that. He seems more of the hands-on fixing or messing up a car kind of guy than Flair. Flair Flair's too fancy with those suits and Rolexes and stuff, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
he
Jason,
might.
I take that back. That's the decocker. I don't have no safety on it.
Just hold it down. Just hold it down then. Just don't let it spring back up. Flip that lever and hold it with one hand so your trigger's dead. If you know if it won't, just do it dry fire. But just like I said, pull it. You can squeeze down on that grip and pull that trigger, and you can feel it. You can pull the trigger all the way back, squeeze on that grip real hard, and make sure that it doesn't hold the trigger bar back because it's touching that transfer or that trigger bar. But they all take a little filing, man. Uh, if it's a G10 grip, maybe put on your COVID mask or something because it that's some like funny plastic, man. It has a very bad smell when you file it in that dust. I'm sure you just don't want to breathe it.
Yeah, probably not. Anything like that.
Yeah,
That's
it has that. Well, you know how you can smell something and
mm-hmm,
you basically smell poison. You know what
mm-hmm.
I mean? It has that smell to it.
Yeah,
So
almost kind of like how fiberglass gets.
yeah, so like wash your hands. Don't breathe it in, of course. But yeah, file on it a little bit. Like I said, I've had to do it to almost every single pair that I have. I've bought in two pairs of identical grips before, and one had no problem, one did. Uh, you just gotta kind of touch them up.
Yeah, everything seems to be all right on it. I was worried. I was looking at some videos and they said the screws they sent are a little bit too long. It interferes with the mag, but I ain't had no problem with that neither. Goes in and comes out.
Yeah, if it the Berettas, the screws are kind of expensive. They're like $9 for like a set of screws. Be very delicate and easy with them, man. That's one of the only drawbacks I or something I would recommend to a brand new Beretta owner. Don't go crazy on them grip screws. If you strip one of them, it's going to be a bad day. You can't get the bushings. What happens if you tighten them too tight? The first thing that's going to happen is when you go take the screw out, it's going to pull the whole bushing out with it at the same time. You can kind of live with that, putting your grips on and off. But if you strip that little Allen key head, which is very easy to do, uh, you're going to be in for some trouble. Be very delicate and easy on them. I know a lot of guns, like the grip screws, want to come loose or whatever. But on Fizzle G10 grips, if you replace the washers with a little rubber O-ring, you don't have to get crazy tight on them, man. I tighten them till they're just about flush with the gun, so they don't stick out on the grips. And I just really hate to go any farther. Like I said, you can crank
Yeah,
down
mine
that.
come with little O rings.
Yeah, you can tighten that top screw down too, over tight, and get contact on that trigger bar also. But
No, I just gave them like a little bit past
yeah,
snug.
I I've never had them come loose. Other guns I have them come loose, quite often. Never had a Beretta come loose. So like, don't over crazy them, man, because they are delicate. In fact, one thing I do for all mine, I have extra screws. If I ever have any problem with a screw, putting it in or out, it slips a little bit, does anything, doesn't feel right, I take it completely out, throw it in the trash can, get it away, never use it again, put a brand new screw in it. Because I've had several that have stripped out and it's a pain.
Yeah, good advice for everybody out there. If they have a Beretta. I personally don't have any.
Yeah, trust me, I would steer you wrong. I'm just warning you. Don't go crazy on them screws. And if you have any problem with that screw in any way, slightest little funny feel to it, get rid of it.
Yeah, probably apply the same logic to a revolver, like the wood grips on a revolver. If you feel anything crazy with that screw, get a new screw. Yeah, probably the same damn kind of a situation too. Something gets stripped in there, and make sure you know your grips don't fit as tight as what they should and whatnot. So, what else we got to talk about tonight? Anything?
So everybody get all their Christmas shopping done.
Yeah, for the most part.
No,
Yeah, I think I have too.
Yeah, ordered the kids a bunch of gift cards and bought my wife a little stereo that's set up with the turntable.
I need to get a buffer and a buffer tube. Well, I don't need the tube. I need a buffer and a spring for AR. Uh, what's a good company? What's a good brand?
Okay, you need what now?
A buffer and a spring.
Do you want a captured or do you just want a standard spring and buffer?
Yeah, just standard, but a good company, good quality. I don't want like a made in China.
Pretty much all gonna be about the same. I mean, I don't know if there's any between the different brands, if there's really gonna be something that's gonna stand out if you're talking just a standard spring and buffer. Yeah, you got different buffer weights too for depending on what you're doing.
Yeah, I need the H buffer. Uh, I got a Palmetto. It came with a Palmetto stock and probably the
Hmm.
buffer too because it's probably one of those kits because it's the buffer itself and the stock and everything's Palmetto. I just don't like Palmetto, and I changed the stock out today, and I saw that it had that buffer in it, and I was just like, it it does have. Well, I guess they're all pretty much like that, but man, it's really springy, coily when you fire it. You know what I mean? You hear
Yeah,
the
that's
rattle
that.
of that?
Unless
Yeah.
you got one of the captured buffers with the spring and everything all in one piece, that you're going to get that. That's an AR-15 thing, man.
Yeah, I'd say this was a little more noticeable than my other ones, but I just saw that Palmetto. Just not a Palmetto fan, and I saw that, and I know buffers and springs don't cost nothing, so I was just like, I'd like to get a different brand about that. Plus, an older rifle, uh, yeah, just freshen it up a little bit.
Yeah, and I really don't think you're going to go wrong with any brand when it just comes to a buffer and spring. To be perfectly honest.
Try AR 15 discount. They're cheap, but they got some halfway decent stuff in there. I just
Uh,
bought a lower kit from them.
I just didn't know who to go with. I just didn't want Palmetto for some reason. Just made me
Yeah,
Or you
feel
can
better.
check out on AR15.com. They
hmm
they're everything on that.
yeah, but if you want to get rid of that coil noise in the buffer itself, the buffer tube itself. Yeah, you're gonna have to get one of the captured ones, and you get the captured one, and you don't have to worry about the damn little buffer pin either, because everything's one piece. You're not gonna open it up and have your buffer go flying across the room like you would if you just had the spring and buffer in there. That's what's nice about those captured buffer assemblies. That reduces that buffer coil sound from this buffer spring, and everything's all captured in one piece, so it's a lot easier to
The only
deal with.
time I had the only time I had trouble hearing that little spring noise was on the M&P AR-15 I had. That was the only rifle I ever had that made that noise, where you can hear the spring in it.
Yeah, well, my Colt's not that noticeable.
Yeah, well,
Uh,
they all
Neither.
make it to an extent. The
I
only
know
way to really,
Geisley makes a special like coiled wire, braided
hmm
wire spring, and it's supposed to last forever and not make that noise or anything. But I'm not wanting to go that route. That's like a $60 or $70 just for the spring. You know what I mean?
hmm
I just want your basic buffer. You know what? $30. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I'm getting a spring like $15. So,
yeah,
Yeah, just go check out that AR-15 discounts.
yeah.
They
Any
got them on there.
anything that you'll find like on Brownells or someplace like that too would work. I mean, it's not the buffer springs. It's not a really what's the word I'm looking for? Highly specialized part. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah,
So,
yeah. There's already a formula made up. Yeah,
right.
specifications. Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, the one thing is like if your rifle's over gas and you don't have an adjustable block, you can change the buffer weights to
yeah,
compensate for that and stuff.
yeah.
But other than that, I mean, a buffer's a buffer. You know. Yep. We got Gary out there now. Evening, Gary.
Hey, Gary. Oh, hey, Mystic.
You just
Hey,
now
Gary.
noticed who's out there, Jason?
Yeah, my internet did a little and came back on. I didn't have the chat on the other screens back up.
She, she's been out there for a while, man. But buffers, buffers a buffer is a buffer. It's not to be confused with a fluffer. Like Fluffer Boy 2004. But
Yeah, I'll probably take his parts off, send him to Night Strike or something. He, man, I heard him say the other day he had some lowers that he was going to put together. I know he's a big Palmetto guy. I figure so. I'm probably going to change the buffer tube too.
how's he got lowers when he never has any money?
I don't know, but I know he's a Palmetto guy. I'm going to change the buffer tube if I do to one that's only got the two positions in it, closed and open, only two holes drilled in it.
Mm,
Car 15 style. I'm going to get one of those, I think. That's pretty much that's all I ever use anyways. All the way out is what works for me all the time. So really don't need any of those in between ones.
hmm Yeah, most normal people you just needed to do the open and close part. You know, where the incrementals come into handy is if you're wearing body armor.
Yeah, yeah. This is just for this particular rifle, uh, so that suit me just fine. This one's going to be more of a range toy. This one is. It's that Bushmaster I just got. So this one's this one's just going to be a good little fun shooter. Uh, I got it at a good price. I'm trying to keep the total investment kind of medium low on it, not go crazy.
Mm. Now we got Sarge out there too, and he's accusing Gary of stealing his tagline. Well, now Obnoxious is stealing his tagline. Well, what is this? This was a wrestling chat that's turned into a AR-15 buffer chat.
Don't forget the Beretta grip screws.
Yeah, that too. We've been going for an hour and a half already, and we started late.
Entertainment extravaganza.
No, that's Friday, man. That's going to be Friday. The not so spectacular Christmas Eve spectacular. Yeah. Obnoxious is saying get an Arma spec captured buffer.
Arma spec. Okay. Armor spec captured buffer.
Yeah, Gary's pulling out some old names now, man.
Alan Ben Pro.
Uh-huh. That goes back to when Alan went and done changed his name to Jan is Gay, and everybody went over to Rich 1911's channel with different variations on the Alan B Pro name. You know, Alan thought it was hilarious, and then Pop's Quest started banning everybody.
When did you change your name, Buck? About a week ago?
Yeah, probably so. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's what I was saying. Obnoxious. He said it's the nice thing about those is you can remove the buffer detent, so you never have to worry about it snapping. Yeah, don't have to worry about that stupid little pin sticking up anymore once you get one of those captured ones.
Hey, Obnoxious. Like, where do I get one of those at? It's like Midway Brownells. They sell that, or
Yeah, they sell them, or or a competitor's version of them anyway. Either one. There's another company that sells them too. I can't remember the name of the company though. But yeah, you can get those like Midway, Brown Hells, places like that. No, now we got George out there.
oh, that captured deal is that what they use when you get one of the folding stock deals?
No, those work different. Um, the folding one it holds the buffer detent pin is in the folding part, so when you fold it, it doesn't shoot out of it.
Also, you can't shoot it with the stock folded
You can shoot it once.
once. Okay.
And now Gary's translating into Spanish for some reason. Yeah, like Sarge says, you can do anything once. Yeah, have you ever seen the captured ones, Jason?
Nope.
Okay, it's like a little rod that has your buffer on it, and the spring and the buffer slides back and forth on like the little rod, so it all keeps it in one piece. So you don't have to worry about the spring and everything coming apart. It's all one self-contained unit.
Oh, it's a carbine length.
Yeah, they have them different ones and stuff. They'll have them in different weights and buffer weights and whatnot.
Yeah, I just want to get this one buttoned away. I kind of promised myself for New Year's resolution I wasn't going to buy any new guns till I took care of some unfinished projects and stuff. Getting too many guns like left behind. So and I don't want to wait too long to buy a new gun, so I'm in a hurry to buy parts.
Here, let me. See, this is what Obnoxious is talking about. Like I said, you can get them in different weights. You can see from the length of
Okay, well,
the
if you get rid of that
weights.
buffer detent spring, what keeps that from falling out of the rifle?
Well, if you open it up, you can just
Yeah.
take it out. I mean, it's not. You don't have. It's not what that little pin does normally with your standard buffer is because that buffer's always under spring pressure when it's in the rifle. You can shoot out of there, right? And because it's not attached to anything, then it falls out of the rifle. This just sits in there, and
Okay.
it's not under any kind of loaded pressure, so it's not going to come shooting out of there or anything or anything like that
Okay.
when
It's
you open it.
it's not on any tension when it's
Right,
at the moment till the bolt comes back and hits it.
right.
It's got like what? Skinny spring and then a big spring?
Hmm.
Progressive? Is that how it is?
Yeah, something like that.
So what store is this?
This one here, yeah, this is AT3 Tactical. It's the first thing that came up when I
Oh, you
just
just
did
did
a
a
Google
search.
search. Yeah,
Stealth. It's called a stealth recoil. Okay.
yeah. I just wanted to look something up to give you an idea of what he was talking about. But you can see how they got the different weights on them and stuff. You can literally see it because of the way they're made. Like this one's going to be a lighter one than this one. Yeah, carbine H1, H2, H3, 9 millimeter big bore, which will be 450 up to 50, and then they also have them for AR-10s. Gives you an idea what we're talking about when we say the captured style.
Well, I'll get one. If my gun don't run, I'm gonna be pissed.
If it doesn't run, you can blame Obnoxious. Yeah, Obnoxious threw out a link out there too for for the carbine weight one.
All right, obnoxious. You're saying a lot about it. Big question is, do you own one?
Yeah, he does.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll try it out then.
Yeah, the link he had was the Palmetto State. Same price as the one I was just showing you, but Sarge said this is his affiliate link, so he's trying to make money off of you too. Yeah, he says he has about 6 of them.
Okay. Well, I'll go with that then. I'll take your word for it. I'll try one.
Yeah, like I said, one of the things that they do too is they tone down that spring noise that you get. All AR-15s will do that. It's just the nature of the beast. Some of them you'll pick up on that more than you will with others. But you're one of those people that it annoys you or something, yeah, the captured ones that helps reduce that too. Yep, like you said, no spring.
And well, it just took me as being Palmetto State Armory. Uh, I could see they probably bought the stock, the tube, the buffer, and all that in that little assembly thing. And I know it's like dirt cheap as hell. So I just wanted to upgrade a little bit. Uh, it had just it had like the M4 stock on it, man, and I put the old smaller. like car 15 style stock on it. That's what that gun was needing. And then I didn't even notice at the time. And then I took it apart today and I seen that palmetto buffer, and I was like, he probably bought that whole kit on the end. And it's got a buffer tube nut, castle nut that doesn't have anything on the plate to stake it or anything. So I was like, maybe I'll just maybe I'll just swap things out a little bit.
Anything else we want to talk about?
Did you get hit with tornadoes?
No, no, we didn't get any. Oh, Buck had some in his area.
Hell yeah, it was a little scary for a while. It all started probably about an hour and a half away from me, and
Yeah,
went on up through Kentucky and shit.
yeah, that Kentucky really got hammered.
Yeah,
They had what, a whole candle factory when people were there working get hit.
yeah,
Yeah,
as in Mayfield.
a
Yeah,
lot of places.
hundred and some people were working in the factory when they got hit.
We have a town here. It's not that far away from me. Uh, I saw some videos from them. Thank God it looked like they didn't get hit too hard. Like the houses were still there. You know what I mean? Stuff wasn't destroyed building wise, but they were driving up down the streets, and every single tree, I mean every single tree in every yard, every street was knocked down. I was like, geez, that place ain't gonna have shade for 50 years. I mean, the houses and stuff were still there, but every single house and every tree line in the street, house after neighborhood, every tree was down. Every one of them.
Now, Sarge out there, he says we can talk about Gary's new car purchase. And then Gary says theoretical new car purchase since no purchase has ever been made. Yeah, come on, Sarge. You know Gary ain't going to buy a new car. We've been telling him to do that for how long now? He ain't going to buy one.
All right, boys, I'm gonna tap out. It's bedtime.
Okay, Kingston.
You guys
Good
all
deal,
have a
man.
good night. Everybody in the chat, everybody in the panel, enjoy.
Have a
Later,
good one.
Kingpin.
Yeah, have a good night, Kingston.
Yeah, I know staking that nut's not totally necessary, but I don't know. I'm just looking around. I bought it used, trying to like de kitchen table gunsmith it, freshen it up a little bit.
Gary says he just bought a new car 8.5 years ago.
Shit, that car probably got enough life in it left to hit a few more deers.
Oh, did Gary hit a deer recently?
Well, yeah, let's see. Yeah, but not recently.
Okay, I know about other ones. I just want to make sure, like this week, he didn't total his
Yeah,
car out.
no, he hasn't hit one this week yet.
Oh, week
Yeah,
ain't over.
week ain't over. No, he's still got 2 hours out there in the Central Time Zone.
It's not really deer can hit you. It's not always your fault.
Yeah, well, I know that. I mean, you've seen the pictures of one where my wife got T-boned by a freaking deer. She don't have that car no more though. That Ford Fusion, man, that the deer just loved that car. There's just certain kinds of car makes and models that deer are attracted to. My wife, for example, didn't have any problem with deer until she got that fusion, and then she hit, or got hit, I should say, by like three of them, I think it was, and a fourth one that jumped over the hood of the car. She just missed having it go through the windshield onto her lot.
Yeah, I bought that taxidermy deer head the other day off a friend of mine. It was funny. He uh, he called me and he asked if wanted if I wanted to buy a deer head, you know. And I told him, no, not really, because to me, like that's somebody else's trophy. I'm not hanging a deer on the wall and trying to take credit for that or nothing. You know what I mean? Just the whole idea of it, just yeah, I'm not interested in that at all. And then I go home just an hour later, and my niece that's in college over in Virginia, she wants a taxidermied animal for a Christmas present. And I was like, what about deer head? And she went nuts. Oh, I can't believe it. Yeah, 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 deer head and everything. So I called him up. I was like, hey, man, I'll take that deer head. So I stopped after work to get it. And I was laughing and joking and everything. I couldn't get him home, man. He wouldn't fit in my truck. He wouldn't fit up in the front seat. I thought about sticking his head on the front of the truck and stuff, but I got my tools in the truck. I had to put him in the back of the truck with half his head and his antlers hanging out the trunk. And the way he was up in the air, it's not like I just hunted him and brought him home. It was like he woke up in the back of my truck was sticking his head out. So I know all the drivers around me probably had a good time, something to say. Yeah, Fred the Deerhead. He's already there. He's in a college dorm. Live the rest of his life here in a college girls' dorm. Probably have sunglasses on, a cigarette in his mouth, panties hanging from the antlers. So, we should
Yeah.
all be so lucky that,
The story that deerhead's going to have to tell.
yeah, yeah. So, it was in good shape. It had a tag on it. That deer was took in Canada in 1944, and it was in excellent shape. The hair was just perfect. The deer was in great shape. I mean, they probably did better taxidermy back then than they do now. I don't know. This deer looked fine. Looked just fine.
That's when they took pride in their work.
Yeah, yeah. I was surprised it was that old. Then I was thinking, well, if it's that old, the hunter that got that's most likely passed away by now. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
My friend bought it at a yard sale. So like it's probably passed on. So it'd be different if it was like someone close to me or my family shot that deer and he passed away. I took the deer home. I could have a story. I could be like, oh, my uncle shot that deer right there. You know what I mean? But I had no connection to it. It's like stealing somebody else's trophy. I was like kind of offended by it. You know what I mean? I don't want to own that. It's not mine. But I'm glad these college kids, they'll get a kick out of it. Like I said, he probably living out the best life he could ever have down there.
Yeah, well, did she give you any rationale for why she wanted a stuffed deerhead for Christmas?
She's doing something. There's part of her courses that it wasn't a deer. She wanted an animal. Uh, they're doing something about taxidermy now. She's going to school to be like a CSI investigator,
Hmm.
like on TV. You know what I mean? The crime scientist or whatever. So
Yeah, the forensics.
yeah, forensic crap. So like she's probably not grossed out about anything. Maybe a little twisted. I'm just happy. I wanted to make her happy and pleased. She's back in school. She started school last year and it was a disaster right from the first beginning of months. And she got all caught up with them kids wanting to tear down statues. And all of a sudden she became this mouthy, hateful kid to her parents. And she just totally changed and was a straight A student pretty much here and almost flunked out and all this. So she's got her head on straight now. She's back on track. She's doing good in school. So I just wanted to make sure she got what she wanted for Christmas.
Mm. What school she going to?
University of Virginia.
Okay.
It's close to like the FBI offices and stuff down
Hmm.
there, stuff like that. So I guess it was like a good school for that field,
Yeah.
even though it's a liberal, anti-freedom hellhole. That's she's just a young kid. She doesn't really think about that concern with it. But when she got there, it was all screw college. I'm gonna live on welfare with all my friends and tear down statues and you know got her head all. First time she'd ever been anywhere away from home. You know what I mean? She got influenced by the wrong people at the beginning, but she's
Mm.
doing good now, man. Proud of her.
Yeah, it's one of the dangers of going the kids going away is you don't know who they're going to be associating with. You know, they get in with the wrong crowd, next thing you know, they're like you said, wanting to tear down statues.
Yeah, yeah. It was a big shock when it all happened last year. I mean, like the first month she's there, she changed to a totally different person. You know what I mean? But she ain't perfect. She don't treat her parents that great anymore. But she, at least she's going to school. At least she's going. She's just showing up, and everybody's money's not wasted. But yeah, dorm room deer head, man. They already got a place on the wall. They got to go and they got it delivered today, and all of them. She's the talk of the building. You know what I mean? Popular.
Sergeant up there trying to sell AirPod Pros now. It's after he said Gary turned himself in for taking deer out of season with his Nissan, and then Gary says, I was not charged.
Acquitted.
It was suicide. Suicide by motorist.
Uh,
The deer couldn't take it anymore. He saw all these crazy kids wanting to tear down statues and said, I've had enough of this shit, and jumped in front of Gary's car. These humans are too crazy for me anymore. I remember the good old days when they were just out trying to chase us with rifles. Now they're wanting to tear down statues and all this other crap. I can't take it anymore.
these electric cars, we can't hear them coming.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, I see more and more deer that come up to the edge of the road and look both ways before they cross, man. They're better than most of the kids nowadays.
Yeah, snobs out there now.
Did you get rid of any of them hogs, Snob? Or are they tearing anything up?
Gary says if the deer promise to stay off the highways, he promises not to drive in their fields. Sounds like a win-win to me.
All right, guys, I'm gonna head on out of here too.
See you, Buck.
All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow sometime.
Gary said no, he took it out on an innocent coyote. All right, Buck, have a good night. And Snob says he's been lurking. Yeah, been there
Haven't
with Steve.
haven't seen no coyote lately, man. Seems like once the deer season come in, haven't seen many of the coyotes. But they're out there. We got tons of them.
Yeah, they're everywhere. They're just lurking, waiting for when you let your guard down.
You're asleep.
Well, your
Yeah,
guard's down if you're asleep.
yeah. We got plenty of them, man. My friends deal with them all the time because they got birds and chickens and pheasants and stuff. And man, them coyotes just come tear them up all the time.
Can't stand those damn mongrels.
Yeah, we built a chicken coop out of like 2x4s, chicken wire, and
Mm-hmm.
we basically nailed it on the side of the barn, at least 4 or 5 feet tall, like face height at the bottom of it, and cut holes. And he was going to do some things inside the barn, so they was all in a protected area and stuff. It didn't last a week, and I mean, we nailed the shit out of it. Them coyotes got a hold of that and ripped it clean off of the side of the barn and got the next batch of chickens.
I can believe it. Yeah,
Like
Darius.
if you or I had to, like they said, go out there and get that off the side of that barn, you and I'd be out there with crowbars, breaking out a sweat and prying on nails. Like, what the hell? You know what I mean? This sucks. And coyotes ripped that whole contraption. It was probably 10 foot long, 2, 3 feet tall, and they tore that thing completely off to the ground like it was nothing.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've dealt with coyotes. I know what they'll do. If they're determined that if they can get to your animal, they're going to get to it. Gary says makes perfect sense. Farm infested with 2 dozen feral hogs, a mountain lion, and possibly a bear, and Snob shoots a coyote. Yeah, coyotes are just as bad as the others.
Ooh, I don't know, man. I'd be worried about that mountain lion. I'd be
Depending on how
on
many
that.
coyotes.
I'd be finding something. I'd be on that. And them coyote will run away from you.
Yeah, it
That might
depends.
lion might not. Yeah, the coyotes here will run at you, but they're not attacking. But they'll zoom past you, running away. But that mountain lion, boy, he'd love to snatch on you or your dogs or anything. He hunts you down, stalk you. You know,
Yeah, like
them
depending on how many
coyotes are
coyotes.
going to do it in a pack, and you can see
Yeah,
them. But that lion will just come down out of nowhere.
yeah. We were talking about that last night about the coyotes and the mountain lions and shit. Man, the mountain lions they'll sneak up on you. Coyotes, though, the problem isn't necessarily them sneaking up on you; it's how many you come across at one time. That's where the coyotes get you. They get you by number. One coyote's going to run away from you. Two coyotes may look at you and then run away from you. You get to where you got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 coyote, you're in trouble. Them bastards ain't going to be afraid no more.
Uh, Perfectly legitimate reason for an echo trigger.
Sarge says the coyotes were the only things keeping the hogs at bay. Yeah, possible.
Mm.
Snob
I,
done upset the balance.
I don't know that. I feel for you, Snob. I don't think that would be a fun situation I'd like to have. All
Mm-mm.
those different predators and shit on my property. The bear, I didn't see that. The bear would be pretty cool to see, but the hogs, man, uh, they're kind of like mosquitoes and cockroaches, ain't they?
Yeah.
Once you get them, you ain't getting rid of them.
hmm The bear, if the bear or anything like the bear around here, bear can be pretty chill at times. You know, you got when they got cubs is when the female ones get wicked. You know, I mean, we've had when we lived at my wife's grandmother's old house. Man, we had a bear that would basically play with the cats and shit. I told the story about the bear being chased through the front yard by one of our cats. The bear were pretty chill. You got to worry about them so much. Now, brown bear and black bear are two different case scenarios. I don't know if he's got black bear or brown bear in Oklahoma, and I'm not sure how far the brown bears range. But if it's just a black bear, yeah, ain't gonna be too much of an issue. Now, the hogs and the coyote and the cougar, yeah, that's when you got a problem. Sarge said he snobbed the ecosystem. Yep. So it sounds like.
Oh, we're talking there's a real bear in Oklahoma. I
Mhm.
I oh, I thought maybe Yankee moved next door to him or something.
No, no, that would be Sasquatch. I'm wondering if Yankee moved to New York with all the Sasquatch sightings that Rob's had.
Vacation.
Possibly. Gary says he can't shoot the cougar. It might be an investigation. Snob sent me a video. There's nothing in it. Let's see. Let's see if the video shows up. It's saying it is blank. Okay, yeah, the video's working. Yeah, let me pause that. We can screen share this video. Oops. I'll put in that. There we go. All right. Share video file. Where the hell did I just download that to? Oh, yep, that'll be it. So this comes from the gun snob. Can you hear it?
Can't hear.
Can't hear it. Hmm. I don't know why. Let me try it again. Maybe I didn't click the. No, there is no button that says to turn on sound. I don't know. But yeah. Can you hear it that time?
Not hearing anything. Is there talking?
No, it's just noise. Like,
Oh, okay. Well, let it go.
but
Oh,
yeah, that's, it's a short video.
so was his life.
Yeah, apparently. But that's that.
Yeah. Wrong time to hold still to sniff the ground, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Picked the wrong time to decide he wanted to sniff around for somewhere to go potty. Sarge says one coyote was harmed during the making of this video. Yeah, Sarge says the chances of being harmed by a black bear are low, but never zero. Yeah, oh yeah, you get a black bear where they're ticked off and they're gonna tear you apart. But they're a lot more chill than what say a brown bear would be.
I had a little wildlife encounter the other day. A red-breasted hawk came and landed right across this, right across the street, uh, open field. He landed right on uh, a stump post, like we're going to build a house there eventually, and we marked that it's marked for the gas lines, water lines, stuff like that.
Hmm.
Just lots and lots. So it's just like a 4x4 post, a few feet from the road. He came swooped all the way down across the street, about an inch off the street, lifted back up, and landed on that post and sat there. And I was like, damn, because I see a lot of hawks and eagles and stuff. But that was a red-breasted hawk. I was like, oh wow, that's cool as hell. And I slid out the truck and opened the door, got my phone, and trying to zoom in on him with my fingers and everything. He stood right there, and then right when I was about ready to take the picture, he took off. Of course.
Sarge said they had a guy there get killed by a black bear this summer.
Well, that doesn't sound no fun. I
I
hate
don't
to
think it
hear
would be.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I don't say that I'm going to go have some fun. I'm going to go get killed by a black bear. Yeah, that doesn't sound like it's going to be fun, Jason.
Well, some people might have said that guy would never turn out to be shit. Well, they were wrong.
Yeah, they were wrong. He won't amount to shit. The bear said, "Hold my beer." Yeah, that kind of got dark, didn't it?
Did you ever see that Leo DiCaprio movie where that bear beat the shit out of him?
Yeah, that was based on a true
And
story.
then all his friends carried him all injured stuff through the woods. I forget the name of it or
The
much of
Revenant,
the
wasn't it?
story. Man, that bear scene, him and that bear slugged it out, man. That bear fucking beat the shit out of him. Real life, he'd probably been dead the first swipe, but man, that was a that was a pretty good movie scene,
Oh,
man. They
that
did a
was,
good job.
that was based on a true story that happened back in the 1800s.
Yeah, yeah. That deer ragdolled his ass.
Mm, Sarge says, to be fair, the bear could have been protecting it still. That's a possibility.
Got too close to his honey pot. Don't
Let's see.
don't play with another man's porridge.
Yeah, Stacy says she sent me a picture, but I haven't gotten any email from her.
You must have that slow West Virginia internet.
Yeah, she's got that slow Oklahoma internet. That's what the problem is. Give it a few minutes. It took a few minutes for the one from Buck to get here.
Maybe there was internet issues across the country. Like my internet disappeared for a minute, came back on, and I never have any troubles.
Well, it's the Christmas season. People buying all the damn e-cards and sending those Christmas cards and stuff. It's got the whole internet slowed down. The post office just can't handle all that action. Oops, she sent it to the wrong email address. That's why. Oh, poor little doggy. Yeah, I'll screenshot it. What the hell? What's YouTube gonna do? Give me a strike? They've already done tried that. Here's the aftermath of the coyote situation. Coyotes are vermin. Who cares?
Yeah, that's not a dog. It's a varmint.
Yep. The less of them there are, the better off. I have no sympathies for coyotes, the two or four-legged varieties.
They go on coyote hunts here, like for the weekend, and then post pictures, and they'll have them stacked up like firewood, man, as tall as you could believe, like claiming I.
Mm,
Man, I saw one and they had a post. It had got like over 300 in one weekend here.
yeah, we used to hunt them, and you take their ears and you turn them into the game warden. You'd get a bounty for them.
I'm not sure if they still have the bounties on them here or not. They probably do if you, or maybe, I'm not sure, but I know most of the local gun stores and stuff around here uh, got coyote pelts for sale. Where
One year,
somebody done them all up, went around, sold them.
coyote hunting paid for Christmas. We were getting $50 per coyote. We turned in like 20 of them. Do the math. I paid for Christmas that year.
Yeah, my friends lose hundreds of dollars worth of birds like all the time, man, for them coyotes.
Mhm. You figure 20 of them.
Plus, they're scared to. They got they got like 5 acres and like at least four of it's like woods, and it's connected to all the other woods, everybody else out there. But like they're scared, like they don't go use their backyard or anything very far from the house at all. They just won't even use their land or sit out for campfire anymore.
Mhm.
Every time they hear something like, a raccoon or something in the brush or something over there, they flip out and spotlights, grab the gun, and they just can't have any peace. They can't sit and enjoy the summer times.
Right. But, you factor in, we shot 20 of them at $50 a piece that year, is what the bounty was. That was a grand. And most of that money went to my mother in law because it was on her property. So she got most of that money and she put that toward Christmas shopping that year for everybody. That wasn't long after my father in law had passed away. So that money helped her out that year.
I thought about a year ago, I was thinking about, Snob's got that hog problem, and they 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 talk about this hog problem and all these other places, and uh, seen stuff, where farmers getting their stuff destroyed, where they got to go out there and there's like 100 them some bitches. You know what I mean? You can't really shoot them all, like with the ammo shortage and the price. That's just like not easily done as it says. You know what I mean? Oh, just go shoot them. That starts becoming an expense and a problem just to shoot them. So they should have some kind of like reimbursement for them hogs too. Because, I mean, if you're spending a buck or more every time you pull the trigger, that's not going to
Yeah,
take very long to add up. Because like
yeah, I
one
think
day,
some places have
one
started
day's hunt
instituting
ain't
them.
one day's hunt ain't going to solve your problems. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there are places that have started instituting bounties on hogs. I don't know if Oklahoma does or not, but I think there's a couple of the states that either the states have it or the county or municipality or something like that has the has a bounty on them. Snuff says it's a three-legged coyote after an exit wound at 30 yards with a 223.
Yeah, I thought it looked like he got him in the hip.
Mm-mm.
It worked. Be a good excuse to get one of those nighttime scopes.
That's what he wants to get.
Yeah,
He's got night
they're,
vision now, but he wants to get a thermal.
yeah. My gun store's got lots of those. They even got like coyote kits and stuff. They call them. Imagine they're pretty popular around here. Like I said, those guys that do the coyote hunting, they're like an established thing, like pest control. Like they got like company trucks with their name, logo, and phone numbers and stuff on the side. They go hunt your coyotes, get them off your property. Big roundup.
Enter the chest and out the hip, he says.
Did you leave him there for a warning to all the other ones?
Shit, that's all we ever did. We just left them there. The vultures got to eat too. And it doesn't take long for one of them to be stripped and just a skeleton if you leave it overnight. Ask me how I know. Go back the next day, and the coyote you killed the night before is just a pile of bones and a little bit of skin left. Because the bobcats and the vultures and the other scavengers came around seeing what was for dinner that night. Said he just bought a new predator call, getting ready to test that out.
Well, one buddy I was telling you about, he used to set out traps and catch them, and lake traps, and then he just he'd use a 10-22 Ruger, take them out right in their head. But last year, maybe the year before last, can't remember, he put out a bunch of lake traps and then forgot where he put them, and then let the grass grow up too tall. And we had a little spot back through there where we used to go shooting anyways. And then he put the traps out and let the grass grow tall. We're like, well, fuck, man, I ain't walking back through there.
Hell no. Snob said his brother went and got it for the hide. We just let him lay. It's like, all we needed was an ear, so that's what we did. We cut one of the ears off, and left the rest of it lay there.
Well, then could you get twice the money if you took him 2 ears off one coyote?
No, because you can tell the difference between the right and the left ear. Generally, they would want like the left ear.
Oh, okay. Wanted one or the other. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish, man. That would have been $2,000. Take 2 ears. Just tell my mother-in-law they only gave us for the one ear. Pocket the other 1,000.
You know me, man. I'm always looking for the advantage.
Uh-huh. Yeah. No, the bounty was for the left ear. You cut the left ear off and you brought it in. Turned it over to the game warden.
Wonder what he'd say if he threw down a human ear.
Yeah, I don't think they would look too kindly on that. Well, Van Gogh told us to give it a try.
Yeah, sorry about that, Ranger. It was in the dark. I didn't.
Honest to God, Ranger, it was a coyote when I shot it. Damn werewolves.
I don't feel bad. He never heard a thing. Yeah, Snob, sounds like you better quit playing with the doggies and go after them hogs.
Yeah, the hogs are what you really need to get rid of. Those things will tear up your fields and everything else.
Well, one hog turned into 100.
Well, he's got
100
well,
turned into 1,000.
last night I think he said he had seen 14 of them. Is what he said it was. After a Gary show, we were talking about it. I think he said he had 14 of them. Those damn things are like roaches. You see one, you got 100. Coyotes are that way too, though.
Yeah, but the coyotes want your animals. They want meat. They're not going
Mm-hmm.
to just like destroy your earth to unusableness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Snob says he was waiting on a hog, and then that one just came up to his truck. It was asking for it. Is that it? It was it was tasking him, as Khan said in Star Trek Two. Tasking me, and I will have him.
Went and Rosenbombed himself.
Uh, I don't think the coyote shouted "fuck you" at Snob before Snob shot him. But, and I don't know if the coyote was a pedophile. You never know.
Yeah, you never know about that one. I don't know. At, at any point, he was trespassing.
But
So
was the coyote's name Muhammad? You know, because if the coyote was named Muhammad, the chances of him being a pedophile just increase exponentially.
you did a good deed, Snob. Thanks for dispatching that beast.
Mm. See, if Kingpin were here, he would have got that joke.
Yeah, he got a pedophile, Muhammad. Yeah, I thought that coyote had a white
And
COVID mask on across his face.
that coyote was awful white. The whitest coyote ever lived.
Come floating on in. Yeah.
Jumped off his donkey after he flew up to the moon and split it in half. Yeah.
Here's a question for you, Snob. I mean, I know you got a farm and a ranch or whatever, but like, how far away are these hogs and coyotes from like your house, like where your barns and stuff are at? Are they, are they a good distance away or are they up close?
Well, one picture he showed us last night of the hogs, they were eating on a dead cow. So that should give you an idea.
Oh, they just ride out back then. Yeah, I guess I ain't got it so bad here, man. Most land trespasser here is just some crackhead stumbling by before he falls asleep.
Mm-hmm. We've been going almost 2 hours. He says they're about a half
Ah,
mile from his house.
ah, oh, jeez. Yeah, no use invading on their wilderness.
Yeah, but where he's at, a half mile is just across the pasture. It's not that far. So it was one that was 300 yards from his range. Yeah, they're getting pretty close.
Well, you got all the stuff you don't want, man. What you want's like mule deer. I don't know if you got whitetail out there or not, but you want some deer. You want something you can go hunt on your land.
Well,
You
you
got
can
no
hunt
business
hogs.
with you got no business with these hogs and coyotes.
Shit, man, wild hogs good eating.
Yeah.
Oh, seriously. It
I'm just
cooks
saying
up.
he's got the bad end of nature. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the coyotes. I mean, I don't know if you want to eat coyote or not. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much Chinese blood Snob has in him, or if he's going to be wanting to eat the coyote or not. Or Korean. But the wild hogs, you can barbecue up one of them.
Geez, I never thought about eating coyote before. I think I'll pass.
And he says they got a ton of whitetail.
Yeah, but what about deer?
I think that's what he's talking about.
Love him tan lines.
Hmm.
Oh, I forgot. He's on the reservation now, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, hey, them Indians get tan lines too, man. Come on. You need to go out there and get yourself a squaw, Jason.
I got no problems with that.
Stacy coming in now. So is this actually Stacy or is this Snob stealing her name? You there, Stacy?
Blink twice for 911.
Jumps on and mutes up right away. I don't see a Starbucks coffee though. So.
Well, it must be Stacy because if it was Snob, the avatar wouldn't have worked.
All right, there now.
Yeah.
I forgot to plug my mic back in. I was trying to find the cord. So no, it's me. We just now walked in the door.
Well, where you been this late at night? Huh?
Oh, we had to do some Christmas shopping, and then we waited 2.5 hours just to get a table at Texas Roadhouse. But we finally got to eat and came home after spending 3.5 hours just trying to eat somewhere.
So the Snob get his 10 millimeter yet?
Not yet.
We're not talking about that.
Did Snob get his thermal scope yet?
Nope.
My wife's a B word.
Not my problem.
Man, Snob, you batting 1,000, man.
Uh-huh.
You got to learn to keep a secret, Snob. And learn how to sneak a new gun into the house.
Well, I'm pretty good at that.
He's getting a basket full of coal. That's all he deserves.
What the heck? They didn't take their alarm thing off my freaking. That's why the alarm went off whenever we went out.
I didn't know about that.
Don't you love when that happens?
That one was on sale.
Yeah.
Buy one, get
No,
one.
I paid for it, I promise. But it's got
Supposedly.
one of those, it's got the straps around it,
Mm-hmm.
with a little tag on it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Go off whenever I cut it, too. It's got the alarm in it. He never took it off.
Yeah, I used to love when they would do that and go buy a pair of jeans or something, and at the department store, and they'd have those ones that clipped on, and they like had the little tack that goes through, so you can't just pop it off because if you did, it like release that damn dye, and if you broke the dye pack, your jeans were ruined.
Mm-hmm.
They used to have one that like they put on like a music CD or a DVD, and I would peel one off at the store and then go stick it on somebody's shopping cart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those things were pretty much useless. You could just peel those ones right off, and if you wanted to mess with people, you could stick them on their clothes or what have you.
No, this is one of the ones that's like has the straps around it, like Walmart uses on electronics.
Yeah. And Gary says they sent him home with the store security tag. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I've had that happen with jeans and shit. It's like it's really annoying because then you got to go all the way back to the store, and you set off the alarm when you walk as you're walking in the store. It's like I just bought these, and the idiot didn't take this goddamn thing off. Here's my receipt.
What's even worse is this thing uses a 9-volt battery in the control. And I haven't bought a 9-volt battery in a while. But they're freaking spendy at Academy.
Yeah, I had to get some 9 volts not long ago. I think I paid $9 for 2 of them.
That's what this was. $9 for 2 of them. $8.99 for 2 of them.
Yeah, it sucks when you got to replace the damn batteries in your freaking smoke detectors because they take 9 volts.
I don't know what her deal is. I think my cat is high.
That is not the battery compartment. There's a USB in there.
Taking out his new toy so he can play with it. Everybody gets quiet.
Yeah, we're waiting to see. We're waiting with bated breath to see if he gets it open.
Yeah, we're waiting for Snob to open.
Oh,
he already got the tank.
I'll get.
I just bent the box and came right off. It wasn't like it was anything.
Oh, okay. So sometimes those things are a pain in the ass to get off.
Yeah, they didn't have it that tight, luckily.
So what is it that you just bought?
That Predator.
Foxco Predator call.
Oh, okay.
That thing. Don't even think about it, Oreo. Oreo. Stupid little shit. Get off my shelf.
You got a cat named Oreo?
Put brand new battery in it.
You sound about as happy as when my wife was trying to get the Siamese out of the goddamn Christmas tree earlier.
You hear that?
Yeah. Sounds like Snob's got a dog fight going on in your living room.
Oh, you should see the cat.
Did he have
She's
fluff
not sure
ball?
about that.
Did he go all puff, or she go all puffball?
She's still on my shelf, and she's just sitting there just staring. There goes my dog. Look at Oreo.
The dog and the cat's like, would you stop pulling the coyote into the house?
They don't know what to think about it. Colder than crap here, so I told him while he's out there, freezing his butt off, I'm gonna be all snuggled up in my bed, nice and warm.
Why does it say low batteries detected? Those are brand new batteries.
I don't know.
Stick it to your tongue, see how good it is.
I don't think it's a 9-volt. I think it's a double A's I put in here.
Maybe you should have bought those lithium.
I was going to, but they were expensive at Academy.
After shopping for Christmas, I've decided I think I'm becoming a Jehovah's Witness.
Jehovah's Witness?
They don't celebrate Christmas.
No, they don't celebrate anything.
They still do birthdays and anniversaries. My aunt's one.
Any Jehovah's Witness I knew, they said they didn't celebrate birthdays.
Christmas ain't about you. It's about the joy you give to others.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'll have to ask my aunt. May not be birthday. I know they do. They're big on anniversaries.
Yeah, when I was my teens, we had a family of Jehovah's Witnesses that lived down the street, and we would have birthday parties and stuff, and they weren't allowed to come to birthday parties because they don't celebrate birthdays.
Yeah, maybe
birthdays. That is true because I remember a kid that we went to school with was Jehovah's Witness, and he'd have to go to the library or something when they had a birthday party.
Hey, speaking of birthdays,
my ex-stepmom's dad, it was a 9-volt that was dead. my ex stepmom's dad was a Jehovah's Witness, and he would buy us birthday presents and Christmas presents, and just say, "We're not going to talk about this. It's not Christmas." He wouldn't wrap anything. He just hand it to you.
My aunt, whenever we were little, she would still come to my grandparents and stuff, and she would still let, my two cousins, she would still let them go to Grandpa's house and do Christmas there and stuff.
Speaking of birthday boys, Pacifist is in the chat.
I just got an
Happy
email from
birthday.
Pacifist rapping about something. I hadn't had time to check my phone yet.
Who wants to know what you're trying to get going? Pacifist.
My call.
He's going to show you his 10mm Smith & Wesson.
Probably, bastard. Well, it'd be cool if they put a little place on here to store the remote so you don't lose the remote.
See, the real truth is I called Sports World and talked to Kevin and told him not to order it. That's the real truth. It's almost my bedtime.
It's almost my coyote and hog hunting time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you're out there trying to get coyotes, sometimes you got to look behind you.
A poor beagle couldn't get in the room because the door was shut. I know, Daddy walked her. And she was not happy about that. You need it back tomorrow. I guess that everybody's getting tired.
I was my wife left TCM on before she went up to bed, and they were just doing their. They premiered their yearly remembrance video for the people that passed away this year. Man, there was a lot of actors I didn't realize died this year.
Like who, Rich?
Let's see, Ed Asner, Cloris Leachman. Obviously, we all know Norm Macdonald. But,
old people.
Yeah. Well, not all of them were old people. But there was quite a list this year. Last year, there weren't that many.
Jason, I have a bone to pick with you.
I got one for you, too.
Not after your comment about the cougar or laughing over the comment on the cougar.
Oh, I found that statement offensive. I wasn't laughing about that.
Oh, I heard you clearly laughing. Clearly.
No. Misunderstanding. That's all it was. I was clearly laughing about something.
Yeah,
no, I don't think so.
Pacifist obviously doesn't understand how this show works. We started out with wrestling, like at the first hour, and then slowly it turned into Beretta chat, and then AR-15 buffer chat, and we're at where we're at now.
You still plan on doing a show tomorrow? Because you haven't the last few Sundays.
I don't know. It depends on how I'm feeling. I was close to not doing a show tonight, and I wasn't expecting to go this long either. I didn't get up until like 2:30 today. After Gary's show last night, I felt like I was so just wore out. This damn flu and shit's just like driving me crazy.
Since I started working, it's hard to stay past 11 anymore. I don't even start work till 10 a.m. But it's an hour drive.
Yeah, I might take off tomorrow night's show and then because we're going to do the Christmas Eve show on Friday.
He
And
hasn't asked whether you're gonna do one or not.
yeah, and half the show tonight's been shit we would talk about tomorrow night anyway. You actually go back and watch from the beginning. I think we talked about an hour of wrestling, and the rest has been like gun related or hunting coyote related stuff since then.
Yeah, I know you've been on
Cougars.
for a while because I was still at Texas Roadhouse and stuff. Whatever. You've already been on for a while then.
Pacifist says send him a link and he'll bring us into obscure rock and roll. You want one?
How obscure?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering.
Hey, Rich, you know that video I sent you? Ask Jason how he enjoyed that video.
I scolded her, Rich.
Hey, that was a great song, man. I mean,
I sent it to David too. Don't feel bad. I sent it to both of you because I know you both didn't like it.
well, why'd you send it to me? You knew I did.
Because I was going to tell you I sent it to them.
Oh, okay. So there's method to your madness, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
help-
because
my
people
help-
love the song and they were trying to convert them, but they won't listen to the song. Still a good song.
I had to tell my helper at work about what we talked about when he sent me that song.
Oh,
Sitting there
really?
at work, and we're sitting there at work, and this one song comes on. She's like, "I hate that song worse than Queen." And I was like, "Oh, don't get me going on Queen."
You should have showed her the video I sent you.
I told her all about it, explained it all.
Well, it was playing on the radio, and I just knew I had to get a
They
video
play
of
it
it.
on they play it on my radio at work every day, and they've been doing it for 4 years straight. Every day, I felt like emailing and threatening them stuff. Don't you ever play that again? Hey, that's funny. There's a car dealer that's down by the airport, and he had this annoying slogan like, come on down to the deals, and we're by the airport. The airport. I mean, heard that for years, right? And he started advertising on the local, where I'd watch the local news in the morning. And my ex old lady used to hate that. Just annoyed the hell out of her, right? And then like if I would say it or something, she'd get all pissed. But she actually emailed them and like threatened them, like you can't just like email people, they got your name and number. She like threatened them, like seriously, I'm gonna kill you, stab you, something if you quit saying that in that commercial. She like bitched about, and that guy put out a new commercial and stuff, and they stopped saying by the airport. He said, I know some people out there get tired of it. And like for years now, he's never used that slogan.
I don't know, but you gotta pick. You don't have very good picking woman.
Oh yeah, I told you what she did the other week.
Yeah,
I was a little disappointed in her.
I told Snob that too. When I said it. I read it off to him.
Hey man, that's like what's Budget always say: you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So
Yep.
ain't my fault, man. I
I don't have
I
very
took
good taste in women either, so it's okay.
I took my path
Watch
down
it.
one road and she took hers, So I was just a little disappointed in her. But I've made a lot of good jokes from it. It's pretty funny.
I'm the best thing you ever got, and if anyone's gonna be disappointed, it should be me.
Oh, Schnob, I remember something to tell you. You left before I told Gary and Obnoxious last night, but I finally ordered my first Benchmade.
Don't let your wife
He's like,
around it.
what?
Yeah.
I'll fill you in, Rich. My ex-wife, she was all over the police scanner the other week. She like stabbed some man and shit, and then
Oh shit!
took off.
You got out of there just in time.
Yeah, she's like went stabby McStabbus on somebody, and then went driving drunk and hit some stuff, and then like I was listening, she like turned herself in. The cops come to where she was at her mom's house, and like I assume she went to jail because, like, I heard the female officer say she was on her way to the county jail, and then my scanner was going off at 7 o'clock in the morning. They was like rearresting her out hiding in somebody's backyard or some shit and stuff. I was
Damn.
like, oh man, what a night she was in for, huh?
Uh-huh.
But yeah, it went all stabby. So
Damn.
it's like, ugh.
Yeah, I was like, it's a
Speaking of,
good thing I was after you got together.
But I'll give her
Yeah.
the benefit of the doubt. There's a big difference. Are we talking stabbed? Are we talking cut?
yeah.
You know what I mean? I just hear from the police scanner. So, like, there could be not as bad as we're jumping to conclusions,
Well,
but
Is that the one you bought?
Yeah, it's the one I bought. Just gotta
Is
wait
it?
for it to get here.
Is it a Griptilian? What is it?
No, it's
Benchmade boost.
Benchmade Boots 590 SBK-1 federal government exclusive.
you should get that Beretta M4 so it would match.
Is that an auto or assisted?
Assisted.
Okay. So it's probably like my barrage or whatever. Mini barrage. How long is the blade?
I think it's a 3.5 inch.
So it's about the same, yeah.
A
Prettier than
3.7 inches. Yeah, it's a little under 4 inches.
Yeah, mine's a little smaller than that. You keep your mouth shut, woman.
Good thing I was on mute because I said the same thing.
It's a lot smaller, but we're not going to go there.
Uh-huh.
What she said.
It's 8.5 inches overall when open.
About the same. As long as it's warm out.
It doesn't matter. It could be.
Hey,
It could be 150 degrees. And it's still ain't going to make a difference.
Yeah, they normally want 185 for it. They have it on sale for 129.
Looks like a nice looking knife.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought.
I love my mini barrage. I carry that like every day.
Okay, what's the deal with the federal government exclusive?
Well, this is through the Army exchange, so
Oh, nice.
yeah. Being a veteran has its
So us plebes can't get that.
Yep.
I'm sure we can. We just have to buy it and overpay for it on the secondary market.
Yeah, probably.
I'm tired.
I really need my 10 millimeter.
I don't want to put it back on the shelf.
Yesterday, my wife comes in the room and is like, "Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna be able to get you anything before Christmas, so go on the exchange and order yourself something." I was like, "Okay." I'd been looking at that, and so I went ahead and ordered that.
I asked Santa to bring me 300 Honda mufflers so I could give them out to the people in my neighborhood.
I thought you were going to say so you give them to Rob.
I don't think there's a Honda in my town has a muffler on it.
Probably isn't. And they want to make those things sound loud so that they sound like they actually have a engine worth having in them.
Yeah, I'm going to give out mufflers and shift lights.
Yeah, evening pacifist.
Now you're starting to sound like Snob.
So before I leave, tell me what exactly happened there.
All right, so I had the screws with the red gunk on it and the screws with the blue gunk on it. I don't know what they're trying to do as far as that crap that they put on the threads when you get the optic. I don't know if it's like Loctite or whatever the hell they put on it, but the one with the red gunk on it, I put they fit perfectly with the plate and the optic. I cinched it down, got it to the range today. I didn't even get through 100 rounds before they sheared off and smacked me in the head.
That's crazy.
The optic smacked me in the head.
Wow.
If you look at the video I just put out, I put a slow-mo in it. literally comes off the gun and smacks me in the forehead before I even got to the long distance testing of the red dot. It was pretty. It was
Was that on your
I had
Smith
that
and
happen.
Wesson? Was
pretty
that on your
weak
Smith and
screws.
Wesson 10 millimeter?
Yeah. So obviously the screws that Swamp Fox sends with the optic they're not up to the standards of the 10 millimeter because it sheared them off within 100 rounds.
Wow.
Like just completely sheared them off, and it shot back with enough force into my head to break my head open.
Well, my RMR, I used the Swamp Fox screws and put it on my 10 that I had. I don't know. I don't know. I wonder what the deal is. Shitty screws or what this time?
I guess.
Because
So now I have to try to
Because
find.
I bought their screw pack with all their different screws in it, and that's what I mounted it to my 10 millimeter with that I had before with the RMR on it.
So I'm gonna send him an email, but I'm wondering because I bought the optic through Optics Planet, are they gonna like back me as far as that goes?
I would think.
Because I'm thinking that I probably need some stainless steel screws. First of all, I have to get those the rest of the ends of
That'll
those
be
screws
fun.
out of my slide, the top of my slide, which I don't know how I'm gonna do.
Is that actually in your slide, or is it just in the plate?
Oh, it's in the slide. The plate.
Oh, the tin just came with plastic plates, doesn't it?
Right. The plate came off, and it was sitting on the ground behind the camera that I was using. First, I didn't realize what the hell happened. First, I got smacked in the head because I was shooting an empty helium tank. So I thought the top of the helium tank shot back and hit me in the head or something. But then I realized when I looked back, my optic wasn't even on the gun.
That's crazy.
So I don't even know how I'm going to get those screw tips out of the the slide.
A little bitty tiny left-handed drill bit, and be really careful.
You might take it to gunsmith.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Let them guys pay for it, man.
The problem
Get
is
an RMA order or something.
it's not just the screw tips. It has that red crap that they put on it too, so they're pretty much locked in there.
I'm sure you're probably not the only one that's had it happen to them. So I get all that company right quick, and just demand it to be fixed, because they're going to either have to say send it back to Smith and tell Smith send us the bill or something, because that is a tough problem when they're sheared off. You know what I mean? It's not like they could just send you a replacement part. You got to get those bolt threads out of there, and that's your slide. So cough up for those new slide or something. And by the way, give me a new red dot with some good bolts on it.
And if they're that weak, if the metal is that weak, then how the hell are you supposed to get them out of there? Like if it was strong metal, I would drill a tiny hole in the middle of it and then use a stripper to pull it out. But if the metal's that weak, I would be afraid to do that.
Yeah, that's quite the conundrum you got there.
Yeah, you're stuck to where you shouldn't mess with it yourself. Because then maybe no one will want to try to fix it then, or send to a gunsmith or something. Tell them you want it sent back to Smith or something.
Yeah, Sarge brings up a good point too. Stainless can be more brittle than carbon steel. So you needed some good carbon steel screws to patch that. That's what it actually sounds like you needed, and it doesn't sound like those were it.
Oh, Sarge, I did a video. It's up, I just put it out right now. Oh, he wants me to do a video as far as like how I solved this problem.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He said that might be it.
Did the screws come in the actual optic box in the little baggies, or did Optics Planet add those?
So they came in the Swamp Fox box. I'm not sure if Optics Planet put them in there because it came with a multiple amount of screws.
The reason I ask is because I just bought a Justice the other day, and all the screws in it either had nothing on them or a couple of them had blue on them.
Yeah, the ones that I got had red and blue.
I've never had one that came with red on it.
There was
I
like
learned optics to get it out of them.
5.5 and a 5 diameter screw, and the 5s had the red on it, and the 5.5s had the blue on it.
And Sarge said, yeah, he's asking for a follow up when you get everything completed.
Yeah, Sarge told me that there's a learning curve as far as optics go, and I didn't know the learning curve
It's the
included
duck.
scars on my head.
Yeah. No, didn't you have an optic fly off a rifle or something and try and hit you in the head, Snub?
Me? I had my Hollister come off my Glock.
Yeah. Okay, that's what it was. I knew you had an optic come
I
off of
just put it
something.
on there in a hurry,
Yeah.
just for basically a video, and I thought it'd be all right with that Loctite because I didn't have any purple Loctite. And I torqued it down and stuff, but I didn't put any Loctite on it to let it set. I thought it'd be fine, and it worked its way loose and came off in it when I was shooting it. About
Yeah,
500 rounds.
when it comes to firearms, the Loctite I found that works the best is the oil resistant stuff because the gun oils don't break it down when you're cleaning.
I had a hat on, and it's still.
Of course, you always do. Would you look
I
at
had
the
a hat
trigger
on
it?
because it was cold, and it still cut my head through the hat. Threw my hat on.
Now, are you sure this was the optic that hit you in the head and somebody didn't throw a knife at you?
Oh, I got slow-mo video on the video I just released has a slow-mo portion of that thing flying off the back of the gun and drilling me in the head.
Yeah, man, I'd be on that company. Hell, I'd send him my video, send him a link to it or something. Say, look.
I'm gonna send him a picture of my ass.
I don't think that's going to get you to the response you want.
Probably not.
You're going to get a response, but maybe not one you want.
I'll probably get something back, but not a response. Maybe like a rebuttal or something like that.
You get a grinder invite. I thought Buck was going to bed. After making comments now.
He heard I was on here, so he came back.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. I have that effect on people.
That's the only reason
Keep you up all night.
Yep.
Sarge is trying to get people to use his Amazon affiliate link, it looks like. It says Swamp Fox suggests 15 pounds with an Amazon link to something when installing.
I would suggest a higher grade of bolt that won't shear off.
It took me half the day to figure it out because I was stumped by it. At first, I thought brass hit me. I'm like, wow, that's a weird ejection, but it hit me so hard. I'm like, well, maybe it's a part of the helium tank that hit me in the head. And then I started shooting again with the iron sights because I'm so used to shooting with iron sights, I didn't even realize the optic was gone. So then I look behind me and I see the optic sitting in the mud, and I'm like, oh shit, the optic flew off my gun.
Snob says bye.
Okay.
Who the hell was Snob yelling at?
Oh, he was yelling for Brayden. Brayden goes with them out there to the pasture.
Are they going hog hunting?
Supposedly.
Allegedly.
Now he's yelling at my dog because my dog wants to go.
Timmy!
It's a beagle. Teach the beagle to hunt hogs.
She doesn't like guns.
What kind of beagle doesn't like guns? Weird. You need to toughen that beagle up.
Yeah, Sarge has a very good suggestion out there. Shoot less helium tanks.
Oh, you've never had. Well, he has kids. So if you have kids and you have birthday parties, helium tanks. There's no really better way to dispose of them than to shoot the shit out of them and then compress them down and throw them in the nearest dumpster.
Yeah, you mean like that one?
Yeah, those are the one of the best targets you can get.
My son is addicted to helium tanks. Not, I mean, he's not huffing helium or anything. He
I
just
was gonna say,
he goes through those things with balloons and stuff because he'll buy the Mylar balloons at like Walmart and stuff and fill them up himself.
yeah, hydrogen tanks.
Yeah. If you want a nice big fireball, maybe.
The only reason I had kids was so I could have empty helium tanks.
You ever see the episode of Mythbusters where they shot an oxygen tank and it took off like a rocket and put a whole big ass hole in their wall of their storage facility?
Oh, I don't think I saw that one. I watched a ton of those episodes, but I think I've erased them from my brain.
Yeah, I think a tank like that'll fly like a torpedo, buddy.
That's exactly what happened. It just and just went right through the wall, the cinder block wall of their storage facility.
So what did they shoot it or just knock the end off of it?
I don't remember. I just remember that there was like a hole or something in the tank, and it just went like a torpedo, like Jason said, and it put like a bowling ball size hole in the wall.
Yeah, those tanks are pretty thick because they have so much pressure in those freaking things.
Jamie was pissed in the video in the episode. He was like,
Alright,
"Son of
guys,
a bitch!"
I'm out. I'm going to bed.
Okay.
See you later. Have a good night.
Good
You
night.
too.
Have a good night. So I think she was just in here so that Snob could piggyback off of her, and then when he left, you try and get us a copyright strike.
I think I sat on the remote. Yeah, I was listening to Doyle Bramhall the second, who is the guitarist for Eric Clapton. He plays a right-handed guitar, left-handed, upside down.
So he does it Jimi Hendrix style.
Yes. If you don't know him, acquaint yourself with him because he's very, very good.
Eric Clapton was in the news yesterday. Did you hear what he did?
What do you do this time?
He's been doing things for a few months. What has he done today?
He successfully sued a lady for copyright violation for selling one of his CDs like on eBay or something for $12.
Really?
Yeah. Made her pay all his attorney fees and everything. He sued a private lady for copyright thing for selling an album, something. It was an album or something they gave out at a concert or something back in the day or something. I don't know, but she sold it for $12, and he sued her over it.
Wow.
They were nice though. She doesn't go to jail or anything. She just had to pay all his attorney fees and everything. But if she ever does it again, she's gonna go to jail and get like $125,000 fine.
I don't know. Either that's missing some backstory or that's pretty effing ridiculous.
Yeah, I think there's something missing to the story. There gotta be more to it than just that. Yeah, like Sarge is asking, was it labeled not for resale? 'Cause that can get you in hot water if you sell something that's labeled as being not for resale.
I mean, like since the day of Napster, they've gotten pretty stringent as far as like copyright infringements and things like that because back in those days everything was available free range. Everybody could take anything, which was great.
Well, it used to be fair use, if you remember. Technically,
Yeah,
they're
those
still
days were great.
supposed to be, but
You could buy a computer and you bought it, it automatically came with a burner so you could download from Napster and just burn whatever you wanted onto a CD. But now with streaming, everything's even more easy. Even more easy, but you don't have the accessibility to the music like you did with Napster. So the
yeah,
technology is better, but you don't have access to the
remember when
music
we were
back
kids,
then.
man? You used to be able to go to your local whatever electronics store, insert electronics store name here, and buy a tape deck that had 2 cassette
Dual
decks.
cassette deck. That
Oh
was the
God!
whole idea.
I did a paper route.
Play and pause. Play,
Did a paper
record,
route
and
for
pause. And play and
years for
pause.
$5 a day in a coffee roll, and I
Mhm.
saved up the money until I could buy one of those double decks.
Yeah, and they had the high speed dubbing. Now you're going to tell me that high speed dubbing was for listening to a cassette that you bought?
That's why I bought it because they had the single decks that had way better technology and played way better music, the sound quality and everything. But I was like, no, I want that double deck. I want to dub shit.
Mm-hmm.
You had the little counters that you could reset on each one of them.
Yep.
0, 0, record
You
and pause, and play and pause, and
do you remember
okay, I'm
recording
ready.
off of the live radio? Remember that stuff?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you would listen to the radio, and you would
Great.
like as soon as you'd wait. Oh, I've got to record this, and you'd hit the record button on your. Yep.
Or you know,
Because of that, when I was very young, it was one of my first experiences of learning. Sometimes a song on the radio is much shorter than a song bought
Uh
off
huh.
the album.
Yeah, you get the single cut on the radio. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you were listening to something like an AOR radio station where it was album oriented rock, where songs weren't ever released as a single, but they would still play them on those radio stations. Then you would get the album cut.
Shit, we used to sit there and wait all night for a song. You know what I mean? And time you hit record, you didn't miss the first 10 seconds. You know what I mean? But, yeah.
same thing with VHS on TV. Oh my, that was that was that was an adventure trying to record a TV show on VHS.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have
Yeah.
the DVR at your effing whim.
Yeah.
And it's even beyond that now. You have
Records it when
streaming
you're not
services
there.
now, so you
Yeah.
can pull up whatever you want.
The fun part with VHS was trying to pause it so you didn't record the commercials and hitting the pause button at the right time to start the recording back up again.
Yeah, right.
Back in the day, man, it's a ton of money now compared to stuff, but electronics are cheaper now. Back in the day, I had a $600 VHS player, man, a
Damn.
JVC, and I mean that's a shit ton of fucking money, And I got this one because it was at our local electronics store, and I'd been buying a bunch of Kenwood stereo stuff, and I wanted that. I was going to build like an entertainment center when like other people never even heard of an entertainment center, you know what I mean, with the TV and the stereo hooked to it. But I was getting that. I bought that JVC one specifically because it had this thing called Turbo Rewind. If you
Yeah.
put a tape in there, hit rewind, and that thing would buzz and hum up.
Mhm.
Man, it ship that thing back. And I was like, oh, that's great. And then it started running. It rewound them so fast, it wound them up too tight. It broke all my videos and stuff. Had trouble with that all the time because of that. Oh,
Well,
don't rewind it on that. It'll break the tape. It winded up to where it go about halfway wound, and the whole thing would just bind and stop up.
I used to have an Onkyo, which was about 5 foot tall, with a record player on top, a double tape player, and a CD player on it, and then the subwoofers on the side and the speakers out in front of it. Thing was pretty sick.
yeah. Oh, Gary looked up the rest of that story there, Jason. It was being sold by someone in Germany, and it was a bootleg concert recording. The judgment was for $3,800. The defendant is appealing, and she was warned to remove it from eBay and refused more than once.
So she was a bitch.
Yeah, so she was selling something that was not legal to be selling.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, I did hear something about the 3,800 was like that's what the legal fees was.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I just got a copyright approval on my last video, subject to further, whatever they call it, to maybe put ads on it because of the person that copyrighted it, which I don't know why, because it's just elevator music. Is that stuff copyrighted?
No, some of it might be.
You hear that in every single elevator you get on.
No, well, they buy that stuff.
I guess. Damn. There's like no words. It's just like a melody.
Yeah, I know. You have the girl from Ipanema. So.
And every song has that melody just changed.
How come YouTube is always cracking down on us for the tiniest little thing they can say is a copyright violation, but I can go out here on YouTube and click on and watch a million NFL football games, and they all
I
say
don't know.
right on them, you know, sole property of the NFL, rebroadcast without their written permission is prohibited. I can go watch a replay about any sports football game you want, college or football, and I don't see YouTube taking their channels down.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, like some trick to it? I mean, do you have to put something in the description or something that says fair use? Or
Your guess is as good as mine, Jason. I honestly couldn't tell you. But, we were just talking about like stereos and stuff. This is what I got my wife for Christmas.
Oh yeah, buddy.
retro?
Did you honestly get that for your wife?
Yes.
That is awesome.
It's got cassette, CD, turntable, and it's Bluetooth, so she can, feed her phone through it too.
It's so funny that vinyl's coming back in popularity because I see it at Walmart. They have records, like stacks of records now that they're selling.
Yeah, and you notice the tape deck has a record button.
Wow.
So it plays CDs, so you can record to cassette from CD.
So do they still? Did they?
Where you get a cassette at?
Yeah. I don't know.
Have they started selling cassettes again?
I don't know.
You know, I heard about 10 years ago that something like the patent or something on cassette tapes ran out, went away, and they gave it up or did something, but some foreign countries or whatever hopped on it. And so maybe they're still making cassette tapes, somewhere else.
My cousin still has like a double stack cassette tape case that takes up his whole back seat, which is full of Whitesnake and Rush. The double albums from Rush. Oh, and Dawkins. He's got a ton of Dawkins back there.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Under lock and key. He's like, yeah, buddy, I'll pull that out. Let's get this done.
Remember when the clear cassettes come out and like sound like they had better sound on them and everything?
Oh yeah,
the clear plastic instead of the beige.
Do you remember when you figured out that you could rewind a tape with a number 2 pencil, a cassette tape? Once your stereo screwed it up and you pulled it out, it was just hanging out the bottom of it.
Remember driving down the road?
You just wind that sumbitch right back up.
Remember driving down the road and seeing cassette tapes on the side of the road all strung out and everything?
Mm-hmm. Man,
now you just see single mothers all strung out.
Yeah. There was a radio station in Pittsburgh, 97 Rock. They were around for like a year and a half. They were the classic rock channel, and then somebody else bought them and they changed over to be 97 Rock, and they would go to like all the major concerts that year, right? So they were at the Guns N' Roses Metallica show, and they're just like throwing cassettes and CDs off the top of their damn bus at people. I caught like 5 or 6 different freaking cassettes that day. And my friends were like, you gotta give me one. They're like, fuck you, man. I caught these damn things. Learn to jump better next time, bitch. Those were fun days. Kids today won't understand any of that. They won't ever live through any of that. They don't know what it was like back then. They don't get the struggle, you know, raising your saving up your money to go buy a cassette or vinyl when it first came out and all that kind of stuff. They just go online now and it's there to listen to, you know.
Or antennas and
Yeah.
and 8 big D batteries that only last 2 hours.
Uh huh.
So what the hell was Snob trying to get running with the batteries?
His varmint call, predator call.
Oh, okay. He just got a nice coyote, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
So what happened to the days where you call a coyote in with an implement that you use your mouth on to be, a little risque there? What? Since when do you need batteries?
Like a whistle.
Mm-hmm.
I ought to do it. That sounded about like the thing he had.
Oh man, I think he had sounded like a goddamn coyote that was in distress. Mystic said it was freaking her dog out.
Yeah, you can go outside here and hear him screaming all the time. Especially, it's not that close, but it's close enough when the trains go down the tracks. The woods here kind of run up to the railroad track there. Man, the younger ones just go nuts and howl and scream every time the trains come by.
Yeah. Sarge says I probably caught a cassette to the forehead like Pat's mistake, so red dot. No, this was back when my more athletic days, and I think I was still in high school when that was going on, and defensive back in on the high school football team, I was just like jumping up and just snagging these damn cassettes as they're flying overhead.
I just got a visual.
Everybody,
I'm definitely gonna make a meme out of that.
oh man, I was people were getting mad because I was just like jumping over them and getting, I got long arms and stuff, and being able to jump up and just snatch it like if I was intercepting the ball in the Friday night at a football game,
The cassette tapes came in that protective case that you flip open and had that little thing.
Oh
that
no,
you
these were
put the
just wrapped
cassette
in
into.
plastic. These were
Oh,
just wrapped in
really?
plastic. Yeah, the radio station had taken off all those protective things and was just like whipping them out there. They had like a cardboard box full of cassettes. They're just like pulling them out hand over fist and just like tossing them like frisbees. This was at the Guns N' Roses Metallica show in Pittsburgh at the River Stadium.
Yeah, boys, we've lived through a wonderful time in human history. A lot of electronic innovation we've seen in our lifetimes.
Do you remember the time that we lived through that you would never ever think that you would own a AR-15 or an AK-47? Remember those times?
Yeah, somewhat. As a kid, I always thought of and dreamed of, like the M16. And then I've always remembered people always said, well, you can't have one. You know what I mean? They're outlawed. A private person can't have one. So
Well, I
until I
remember.
got older, I never even thought about owning one.
I remember when I was a kid, my mother would bring me to MVP Sports, which was an old. I think they were. I'm not sure what their reach was, but they were a sporting goods store in Massachusetts and probably a few surrounding states. And the first thing you could see, and you could see it throughout the entire store if you looked back at it, was a wall of guns like Uzis, AR-15s, AK-47s. And I remember, like, as a young kid, that wall, I was fixated on that wall, and I'm like, I want to own that shit. And then when I became an adult, the ban was in place, and I couldn't buy that crap, and it was pretty much obsolete at that point to walk into a store and see a wall like that. But when I was a kid, that was something that stood out in my mind, was seeing that wall at MVP Sports.
Yeah, for me, walking into my grandfather's house was seeing that kind of shit on the wall. He had a hell of a collection, and I didn't get any of them, which pisses me off to this day. But he had a Galil and some other shit, and then friends of his all kind of had different machine guns and stuff too. They would put on machine gun shoots and stuff when I was a kid, so I was like shooting MG42s at least once a summer and shit like that, you know. My grandfather was probably the coolest of the father figures that I had when I was a kid. You know what I mean? He's the one that basically taught me how to shoot and all that stuff.
I'll tell you something. It's changed. I remember uh, looking in gun catalogs and gun books when I was younger, and right when I became 18 and 21 and things, I was looking at stuff, holsters. There was always like shoulder holsters and stuff for sale, and holsters and ankle holsters and stuff. And I never looked at them because when I just look at them for sale, it's like I can't have that. I get in trouble for having that. You know what I mean? That's only like for a police officer or something. You know what I mean? I'm not even interested in carrying or having any of that because I don't want to get in trouble. So and now, I can carry, and we're on the edge of getting constitutional carry here. So the times have changed a lot in just 30 years.
Yeah, I moved from Massachusetts to New Hampshire, which was a big, freedom grab. Now I can carry whatever the hell I can own whatever I want, and I can carry whatever I want. But I can't carry a loaded rifle in my car. That's the only thing.
Yeah, they're going to do constitutional carry here. We've gotten close before, and this is as close as we've ever been before. But this time we kind of got it. We got it in the bag. The House and the Senate both approved two different versions, but they're very similar, and they'll work that out real quick. And if the governor don't like it, they got enough to veto him. So we're going to be probably the 22nd state.
Yeah, I think Obnoxious says that's why God made AR pistols. So you can have a loaded rifle in your car without having a rifle. Wink, wink.
I've always hesitated to buy an AR pistol or any type of pistol, which is really a rifle, with a brace on it because the ATF is gunning for them. But now I think I might because every attempt they've made for them so far, it just hasn't succeeded. So I don't think it will. It's like, they changed the rule and all of a sudden you're an effing criminal.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I never finished my story on what happened in '97 Rock. I thought of that. But anyway, telling the story about the CDs or not the cassettes and everything. But they got in trouble with the FCC because they would play songs uncensored during hours where you weren't allowed to play those kind of songs, like during the middle of the day, and they'd play Mr. Brownstone without censoring it, and some other songs with certain words that weren't allowed on. The George Carlin bit about the 7 words you can't say on TV. Well, they were playing songs with the 7 words you can't play on the radio. So they were always getting fined by the FCC, and eventually it bankrupted the station, and they sold back to the original channel owners, and they converted it back to the classic rock channel, and killed what was probably the best rock station in Pennsylvania. I know all that because I had a friend from when I was in high school. When he graduated high school, he was like a year or two ahead of my class. He went to college for broadcasting and was interning at the station.
So were they playing NWA and Too Short?
No, they were playing like Guns N' Roses and shit. And not the singles. Like It's Too Easy and Night Train and stuff like that without censoring it.
And like the F word.
Yeah, lots and lots of the F word. Yeah. You ever heard Guns N' Roses? It's so easy. Every other word in that song is the F word.
So mother effing easy.
And I think they played One in a Million, the Guns N' Roses version, without censoring that, which probably didn't go over very well with the FCC either.
Yeah, well, you could say that. You could say that a little easier back then. Don't try it today.
Yeah, there's a certain word that'll get you removed from YouTube instantly if you say it. So.
And it's not the police one.
No, no. No, actually, there's a couple of words in that song that'll get you taken off of YouTube real quick. There's the one that begins with an N and another one that begins with an F, and it ain't fuck.
Yeah, I was just thinking. I was playing it in my head, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I don't like that word either." Artistic expression, I guess.
Yeah,
But
a
I do like
different
that song.
time.
That's a good song. I
Yeah,
like that album.
it's a different time.
That album reminds me of a lot of underage drinking.
Mm. Yep.
Good times, good times.
That and Appetite for Destruction. Lies and Appetite for Destruction, man. One of only two bands to ever have both number one and number two albums at the same time. You know what the other band was that did it?
The Rolling Stones.
Nope, you're close.
The Beatles.
Yep. The Beatles and Guns N' Roses are the only two bands to have both the number one and number two albums at the same time. And Guns N' Roses did it twice. The Beatles only did it once.
Because Illusions was 2 albums.
Right.
And you couldn't just have one without the other album.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, back when everybody else was releasing double albums as one album, Guns N' Roses did it and released it as two. I don't know if that was a smart business decision or one hell of a money grab. Take your pick, but it worked.
Yeah, I always remember, I couldn't ever remember which song was on which album when you had double album things. So you had to cap both albums, you know what I mean? Or you'd play through the whole thing. I go, where's that song at? Where's that song at? And you flip it and read it. And, oh, fuck, it's not on that one.
Yeah. It's like you're looking for a certain song. It's like, oh, shit, that's the wrong one.
Oh, man, you put it in the wrong case. Get all mad at somebody.
Uh-huh. You put my Metallica album in my Guns N' Roses case,
If
you
you're going
asshole.
to use them, put them back in the right spot.
Well, I used to have one of those big, a couple of them actually, those big like 100 cassette things that you would hang on the wall. And I had them alphabetized. It would annoy the hell out of me if somebody put my cassettes in the wrong place.
Take a Sharpie marker, put your initials on your tape deck. That's my tape, man. I came with 5 tapes. I'm leaving with 5 tapes.
I'm sorry about the Stones.
I'm sorry your pistol did that to you, man. Glad you didn't get hurt, but that sucks to have your gun down, you know what I mean?
I did get a nice gouge in my forehead. But I think it was due to the optic, the screws they sent with the optic, not so much the gun. The gun, M&P Smith & Wesson did send the plastic plates with it, which I don't think are ideal for mounting an optic. But ultimately, I think it was the screws that failed on me. And, they failed very quickly on me within 100 rounds.
That's amazing, because the optic doesn't weigh anything, right?
No,
Ounce.
that's
So, like, you would think a steel screw could handle the recoil that's placed on them from that optic weight.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
It's the optic is lightweight aluminum and glass. That's pretty much it, and it completely sheared off those screws. So it had to be pot metal that they were made out of.
Yeah, it's
Mm.
cheap screws.
Because the newer I have the newer Marlin 336 that I bought probably 5 or 6 years ago, and they have the pot metal screws that hold on the forearm, and those things shear off all the time. And I have to order new ones from Nimerick, and they don't quite fit like the ones from the factory do.
You know, I was just thinking about something. How many riots did Axl Rose cause?
Oh, several.
Yeah, I know it was several.
Hell, he's probably been arrested in every city in the country.
There was the one in Hollywood that was at one of their shows before they made it big, that they were infamous for. Then there was the Montreal riot during the Metallica show, the Guns N' Roses Metallica show, where James Hetfield was set on fire, and Axl caused a riot because he refused to go on and perform early. There has to be more than that, though, right?
Oh shit, got completely banned from St. Louis. Probably Dallas, Texas. But remember, that was part of their deal. That was the world's most dangerous band.
Mm-hmm.
Remember? The world's most
I
dangerous.
refer to him like Axel does, the redhead. I will not use his name. He's an a-hole.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's a fat, chubby old a-hole.
Who can't sing. Not that he could to begin with.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's be honest. Axl in the
All he's gotta
concert
do is whine.
wasn't very good to begin with. It depended on if he was drunk or not. I mean, if you went to the Guns N' Roses show and he was drinking, forget it. It was going to be terrible. He couldn't sing a note. I've been to a few of them.
He could write some good songs, though. Like those Illusion albums, man. There's a lot in some of those lyrics of those songs, man.
Mm-hmm.
So give him credit for something.
There's some old videos of Slash playing with what's his name? The not I keep wanting to say Edelbrock, but that's my car knowledge. The who's the guitar guy? What the hell's his name?
There's a few of them. Can you be more specific?
Gangly Malmsteen.
The electric guitar the main electric guitar that's used.
Les Paul?
Les Paul.
Yes, there's like deep dive videos of Slash playing with Les Paul that are pretty good.
There's some of him jamming down with the remaining members of Jimi Hendrix band too. Pretty good. Little jam sessions.
The songs Slash had with his own band with Miles Kennedy, the singer from Alter Bridge, were pretty good. You guys heard any of that in the mid 2000s?
Slasher movies are pretty good. Got some wrestlers in them.
Some wrestlers. I thought this was a Rasslin chat.
Well, it ended up there again. See, we got wrestlers starring in slasher movies produced by Slash.
Yeah. You mean like Black Christmas starring Bill Goldberg?
Yeah, we circled back socket this one.
Yeah. The first hour we actually were talking about wrestling, and somehow we got talking about Berettas and then AR-15s, and it just progressed.
That's because Buck got a Gerson on.
Uh-huh. This chat always ends up this way. If we go more than an hour, we always end up talking about guns somehow on this show. It never fails. It turns from a wrestling show to a gun show. But I guess in a way it goes hand in hand because there's lots of wrestlers that own firearms.
Well, it's a gun channel audience.
Yeah. I'm guessing Kingpin sent Stacy the link before he left because I know I didn't because she never jumps in on the wrestling. Or no, she might have got it from Snob. So I sent it to Snob. As a joke, every week I send Snob a link to the wrestling show. Snob's like, don't send me a link. I'm never going to show up on the wrestling show. So I send him a link every week.
Well, I appreciate the link, but I'm going to have to bow out of this one here before 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's going on 1 o'clock. We've been going for almost 4 hours.
Wait, we haven't talked about the story of Slash's hat being stolen so many times.
How many times has it been stolen?
I like to have a
It's been
Slash
stolen a
hat.
few. He's had to make copies of it to cover the theft of it, but then he eventually recovered a couple of them.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I know it's been stolen. I was like, how many times? I was like thinking out loud, how many times has it been stolen? It's like, how many times has Axel caused a riot? Well, how many times has Axel's happens? I mean, Slash's hat been stolen.
I don't talk about the redhead.
Yeah. Do you guys know what Duff McKagan does as a side hustle when he's not doing the music stuff?
What?
After Guns N' Roses broke up, he went to college and got his degree. He has a master's degree in economics.
Really?
Yep. He's a huge investment banker.
So he actually uses it.
Yeah. He handles a lot of musicians' investments and stuff for
Was
them.
he in a cocaine trade market or something?
No, like stock market and stuff. He invests other musicians' money and stuff for them, so that they don't get ripped off and whatnot. Because you know how like Billy Joel and other people have gotten ripped off by their management and stuff. When Guns N' Roses broke up, Duff was being interviewed on some show. I forget what it was, and he was talking about it. When the band broke up, and he was looking for something to do, he went back to college, got his master's in business and economics, and became an investment banker, helping musicians and whatnot to invest the money they make, so that when their careers are over, they're not stuck having to work like clubs at like lounge singers and shit, like what David Lee Roth was doing.
Geez, David Lee Roth really branched out. He was flying helicopters in Manhattan. He had a show, his own radio show. He was doing clubs down in Miami. Actually, he had his own gig down in Miami for a while at a specific club. And then he went on tour again with Van Halen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at one point he was just doing lounge singing.
That guy is such a hustler. Holy crap.
Yeah.
He has, like, as far as talent goes in the rock and roll world, he didn't really have much talent, but he was able to hustle and to sell himself.
Oh yeah, he was a hell of a frontman.
His story is very impressive. And he can talk shit. He'll sit behind a microphone and talk shit for hours.
Oh yeah, that's what made him a good lounge singer. You know, like Billy Joel and the Piano Man. That's, you know, the song where he's talking about how that's like what David Lee Roth was doing for a while. I mean,
that's like so hard to do, to sit behind a microphone and just make up stuff for hours on end. Just create content.
Oh, we know Rich has been doing it for 4 hours.
Doing my damnedest.
Rich is the David Lee Roth of late night YouTube.
Yeah, I wish I had David Lee Roth money.
He's like, yeah, I'm gonna, have a talk show, a talk radio show in Manhattan. At night, I'm gonna fly by my helicopter.
You would never see me set foot in Manhattan. staying away from New York as much as humanly possible.
Have you
Hopefully,
been to
I'll
Manhattan?
Have I been to Manhattan? Nope, and I have no plans of ever going there.
hopefully I'll see the Big Apple when we're marching our way in to reclaim it.
I lived in New York for 8 months in Manhattan. This is going back probably 25 years ago, but Manhattan was awesome. 25 years ago was awesome.
Like when they filmed Die Hard there.
Yes, the Nakatomi Plaza, that place was legit. I was there when the Twin Towers were still up. Took a picture from the Empire State Building because me and my ex went to the Twin Towers. We did some shopping down at the base floor, and we were trying to go up to the tower and the restaurants up there, but it was kind of overcast. But they didn't let us up, so we went to the Empire State Building, went up to the top of there, and took a picture of the Twin Towers from the top of the Empire, which I still have. And then a year later, that some bitch came down.
I watched that Die Hard, I don't know, a month or two ago. Was it like Die Hard 50 or whatever? The one they were there in New York with.
Was that with a Vengeance, the one with Samuel Jackson?
Yeah, they all the dump trucks stole the gold
Yeah.
deposit. But
Yes.
I was watching that and hadn't seen it paid much attention to it for years, but it was something to watch one day, and I was watching it and I noticed all the cops had like the first edition cell phones with the rubber handles, and the cops couldn't get the phones to work and were complaining, and this is useless, throwing it and stuff. And I was like, oh damn, them old cell phones. I got to thinking, how the fuck old am I? I'm getting pretty old. this movie was before they even had cell phones,
I appreciate it, Jason. You mentioned my birthday, and it's coming up on Monday, and I'll be 47 years old.
Oh, what a baby.
Uh,
I remember I was 47.
He's a year younger than I am. Good lord.
Goes by fast.
Hey, you're just starting to get to the good part, man.
My chin is as droopy as my balls.
Yeah. Yeah, get used to that. Yeah, you're just getting to the good part in life, man. You've took this far to just absorb knowledge and wisdom. Now you got to be smart enough from here on out to apply that knowledge.
And you know
live
what?
a
I'm
good
old
life.
enough to know what the hell you're talking about, Jason. Because I don't really give a shit about the little stuff that I used to give a shit about. And I know a little bit more than I used to know. So I don't give a shit enough, and I know a little bit more, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, the next few years that you'll just keep thinking about that, and then once you hit about 50, you'll be like changing directions. You'll apply what you know. But recognizing it is the first steps. Or, you could refuse to never grow up too. A lot of people do that.
No, I'm a realist. I'm a realist. I mean, some people that are realists can power through it, but that's tough to do. You have to have like certain circumstance to be able to do that.
I tell you what, man, I'm 50 and I feel better than I did when I'm 47. I've pretty much lost all my aches and pains, arthritis, and little things.
Is that because you slowed down, or did you make a lifestyle change?
No, man, my work, as I always worked myself to into the grave all the time. It just got super crazy this year, and it's still going. Um, Even though I was in good shape to begin with, I've just gotten myself in, just feel a ton better physical shape, man. And all my aches and pains are gone. All my daily aches and pains in my legs and stuff completely gone, man. I don't have anything. Nothing to complain about day to day. Cuts, injuries, stuff, I heal up quick. I just been feeling more energy, get more work done, more satisfaction, get tired less. I went for a long period, like every movement that I did during the day was like working out. It was like lifting weights. Your muscles are tight all over. You're breaking a sweat and everything. And I just kind of my body was used to the same thing for so many years. I just kind of elevated up my physical fitness a little bit, man. I feel awesome.
Awesome. That's great, man. And you can't attribute that to anything in particular, just because you got older.
Just no, just more work, man. I mean, I always worked a lot and worked fast, and I've just been so swamped, and I just got into it to where I'm working like a madman, as fast as you ever seen, and physically moving around, picking up a lot of heavy stuff, moving as fast as I can, and you just kind of adapted, got used to that, and like I used to my work would get caught up and get slow because of my aches and my pains and my arthritis going crazy with the weather and the raining and stuff. Man, all that's gone away. It's gone. It's been gone for a couple months, man. Feel great.
That's great.
Yeah, my doctor keeps telling me, "Oh, you need to get some, do some weight training and stuff." And I just look at her because she forgets why I'm there to be seen because I need to get surgery on my arm. I can't.
Because of your STDs.
No, because of the torn ligament, the torn ligaments in my elbow. I'm looking at her like, you know damn well I can't do that. Why are you telling me to do that? you know, like, yeah,
Man,
you need to get some dumbbells and like do some curls and stuff. And I just look at her like, are you out of your goddamn mind? That's
man,
all I need to do. Fuck up my elbow more.
I can remember plenty of days at work. See, like I'm I crawl. The whole last half the day when I'm nailing the baseboards, I got to crawl around on the floor of the entire house everywhere, closets everywhere. You can't do it standing up. So I've done carried board, cut boards, bent down, measured boards, cut boards, laid them on the ground for an entire house. Now I'm running around on the bottom. You're on my knees at this end of the wall, picking up a pretty heavy board that's like all stomach muscle to position it. And I do it lightning fast, as quick as possible. And like ups and downs constantly. I mean, I used to have plenty of days where I was worn out from going, ah, grunting every time I moved, bent down, stood up, done anything. I was like a 90-year-old man. Ugh. That's all gone away with me, man. I have more energy and strength now than I did 20 years ago, man.
Well,
And like
hopefully someday
knees,
soon.
I've had knees that hurt every single day for years and would pop out of place. And just like I always worried, man, I'm going to need a knee replacement someday. And all that's gone, man. No pain. Feel great.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. One of these days soon, hopefully, I'll be able to get back into the orthopedist and get my elbow taken care of. It was driving me nuts.
Yeah, I used to make fun of seeing people jogging and stuff, all the time, and people doing stuff like that. Like, psh, like I don't like getting tired. Last thing I can do home is go home and exercise. You know what I mean? Now I start looking at it and say, hey man, these people that's out jogging and running around, they might have the right idea, man. They got
Yeah, they have,
themselves
they have
healthy and they're
energy.
feeling good.
Yeah, hoping my wife's work schedule lets up because I, with my vision and stuff, I can't take myself to the doctor because I'm not allowed to drive. So now I got to wait. I got relying on her to get anywhere. And with her work schedule, because she works in healthcare in and of its herself, it's just been a bitch trying to get into the fucking doctors, especially with this goddamn COVID shit.
Yeah, this COVID shit just won't end. I was at my daughter's recital this afternoon, and they limited per kid only 4 tickets. So it was me, my mother, my ex-wife, and her mother. And I really can't complain about it besides the fact that they make you wear a mask, the kids don't ever have to wear a mask, which is good. My daughter doesn't have to wear it, and she's like, "Fuck it, I'm not going to wear it." But we have to wear masks in there. But besides the fact that it's limited, it's not that bad because before it was limited, there was a shit ton of people in there, and you couldn't move around. So now you have space to move around. There's seats blocked off. You can enjoy the show a little bit more. They would bust your balls about saving seats before COVID. Now you can save seats and blah, blah, blah.
Man, weren't we going to be like wrapping this up before 1 o'clock? It's now 10 after.
And Santa Claus was there.
Santa.
Yeah, the way this is going, Santa Claus is going to be here next week, and we'll still be going.
Wait, this is good. We'll be sitting here. Open the door for him. Come on in, man. Shh.
Come
On the
on
internet.
in, Santa.
It was pretty cool. They handed out these wristbands with 4 bells on it, jingle bells. And so when Santa Claus showed up, everybody shook them. It was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
The whole place like erupted in jingle bells.
Yeah, they did something like that with the one pageant program thing when my younger brothers were in school. When they were like in kindergarten or something, they had Santa show up and they had all those like little bells and stuff.
And I was that one asshole standing up in the middle of the theater going, "That's my daughter!"
I would expect nothing less.
I was like, "Get after it, Addison!"
Yeah, we do need to start wrapping this up though. We've been it's been almost 4 hours now. You know? And Jason was talking about I gotta get out of here before 1 o'clock. It's 12 after, Jason.
Come on, I've been editing all day. This is my one release.
I was just thinking about his recital there and Santa coming to the door. I was just picturing him throwing cassette tapes at the crowd.
Santa was like whipping cassettes at people like Chinese stars.
I was like, docking for you, and you. Wait, a little white snake over there, and some Rush for you.
And for you, since you were really, really good, here's the soundtrack to Dream Warriors. That's docking and a movie soundtrack.
Back for the attack, baby. I just had some docking playing the other day on my radio.
Oh, for you, here's some Night Ranger.
Some Quiet Riot. You want to get into cassette tapes? Quiet Riot, like weird back then. Cassette tapes, you would get Quiet Riot and Michael Jackson in the same aisle.
And remember, Quiet Riot was the first heavy metal band to go to #1.
Yeah. Yep. That was a shit back then.
Mm-hmm.
Quiet Riot and Michael Jackson, the same aisle.
Those crazy days, man.
All right, well, you got to end this shit.
Yeah, we had only been gone for 3 hours, 58 minutes, and 14 seconds, 15 seconds, 16 seconds, 17 seconds.
All right, y'all.
And somehow we still got 3 people out there watching.
Everybody have a good evening. See you on the next one.
Yeah. Well, you got anything you want to plug or anything, Jason?
Nah. Just see you guys on the next one. Hope everybody has a good Christmas.
Well, we got a show coming up the day before Christmas, Jason.
I'll be there. I get a drop. I have a party at my parents' house with my kids on Christmas Eve, and then I drop them off at their mother's house so they can do Christmas morning with their mother. So I'll be ready to rock and roll Christmas Eve.
Yeah, Christmas. What is it? I think it's going to be the 4th annual Christmas Eve show.
Do we have to wear pants?
Yeah, it's requested.
Depends on the weather.
Moose says he's going to be in Key West this year, so he's not going to be able to make it. It's not going to be the same without Moo screwing up what the 5 minute rule means.
Yeah, I remember Christmas Eve last year.
What the hell did we do last year?
See, I don't remember the night before last.
last year, last year was when Jason got in trouble for showing Emmett Otter
Oh
to
yeah,
prove the
yeah.
kingpin that it actually existed. I don't remember what the hell we did on my show. I just remember Jason getting in trouble from YouTube, getting shut down repeatedly for trying to show Emmett Otter.
Who I bought off of YouTube.
Yeah, that's why you got caught.
I gave him the money for it. I bought it.
You got caught because you were streaming YouTube on YouTube. They weren't going to allow that. Come on, man. And there's your secret to why you can get away with streaming NFL games. You're not streaming them directly from YouTube onto YouTube.
Hey, like Starsick can do anything once.
Anyway, I think 2 years ago is when everybody was up in arms because the Chipmunk song won Best Christmas Song. I think last year we did trivia, Christmas trivia. Because that was when Night Strike first had where you could do like putting your hand up and stuff on
Yeah.
the chamber. So we were using that as like the buzzer on Jeopardy. Whoever's hand was seen being raised first on there got a chance to answer the question. And then some of the questions, the website I was getting the questions from, they had the answers were wrong. If you remember, I was having to like we had people in the chat. That's not right, and I'm like, you know what? I think you're right. And I would look it up, and the answer would be they had the wrong answer for the question. That was fun.
I'm trying to get you a channel strike.
Uh-huh. I don't think that people are going to recognize it. So. It's like when Snob sings, nobody recognizes it. Gary's saying he may do a Christmas Eve show. Well, you could just show up on my Christmas Eve show, Gary. Come on. Then you just tell your daughter you're guesting on a show. You're not actually doing a show. God damn it! Would you stop? You're gonna get the girl from Eaton stuck in my damn head.
Whoever has a show on a Christmas Eve, I will be there.
All right, guys. I'll see y'all there then.
Yep.
See you later.
Have a good night, everybody. Oh wait,
All right,
Pacifist.
good night, guys.
Did you have anything you wanted to plug?
Well, I just put out my new video of the M&P 2.0 10 millimeter. It is up on my channel now. Go check it out. Other than that, thank you, Rich. I appreciate the invite. You're a hell of a guy, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah. I didn't know if you'd want an invite for this show or not. So, but with it being the wrestling show and stuff, it's trying to keep track of.
I do, I don't have as much wrestling knowledge as you do, but I have been a fan since I was a kid.
Okay, well, I'll send you a link to this for now on then. See, I try sending the links to people who I know are wrestling fans. Sarge usually works Saturday, so I don't send him a link. But if he wanted one, he could get one.
Yeah, but I used to get all the pay-per-views and all that crap for going way back. I was into it when Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant were big. And then I got into it again when I was in my 20s when The Rock drew me back into it. And then I used to see the guys when I used to work at Logan Airport for Northwest Airlines. I would see them come through and collect their baggage, and I would go out and talk to a couple of them.
Yeah, I met some of them through my stepfather, like I was saying earlier. I don't know if you were out there when I was sick, but he used to be a notary, and he would do some of the paperwork for the guys when they would come into Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I met
Pretty cool.
Savage.
Like some of those guys are really cool. Some of them are arrogant assholes, but most of them are really cool.
Yeah. Bobby Heenan, I met him a couple of times. It depended on the mood he was in. He could be the sweetest guy you'd want to meet, and other times he could be the biggest fucking asshole in the
Yeah,
world.
depends on his mood that day, which
Uh-huh.
which is like pretty much everybody in the professional industry.
Yeah.
Because we used to do a lot of charters for basketball as well. Northwest Airlines had their own plane specifically to charter basketball teams. So I used to see Shaq and Kobe and all those guys all the time.
Yeah. Like, God, it was a couple days after my 12th birthday, I think, and Randy Savage is taking me to dinner. Yeah. A lot of people don't realize this, but Elizabeth actually was his actual manager. She managed his career for him, even after they got divorced, right? She still was managing his career. So my stepfather and her were doing paperwork, and my stepfather had taken me along because being a wrestling fan and everything. And Savage was like, "Hey kid, you want to go get something to eat?" What kid's going to tell Randy Savage no? So he
Yeah,
takes me,
exactly.
he takes me down to it was the Marriott outside Pittsburgh International Airport, and he takes me down to the restaurant bar and bought me dinner.
Huh.
And I was like, if you can't tell, I was a huge Randy Savage fan. I mean, if you look at my avatar right now, it's my face with a mask on Randy Savage's body.
Yeah. See, I was a Jimmy Superfly Snuka fan. That's definitely my number one wrestler as far as my fandom goes. Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Yeah. And then it came out later that he may have allegedly murdered a woman.
Right.
Yeah.
But as far as like when I was a kid, and my favorite wrestlers go, he was the dude.
Yeah.
He was top rope.
And remember when the Mulkeys won?
No.
You don't remember when the Mulkeys won? The two little skinny guys in the NWA who
No,
are
I
always
don't
getting
remember
tossed
that.
around by everybody. So they had they had two of the guys dress up and say they were like some big tag team from Australia, the Australian tag team champions and stuff, and the Mulkeys got their one and only win over them. It was awesome. The TBS remember the old TBS studio for the WC for the NWA show on Saturday nights at 6:05 on TBS with the flags and everything. It took
No.
place. You don't remember any of that? Oh my god!
No, I guess I'm not as big of a wrestling fan as I thought.
Oh my god, dude! The old TBS 6:05 on TBS. Oh man.
I guess I used to watch the WWF stuff
Yeah.
before it was
Yeah,
WWE.
yeah, you're northeast, so you probably did. But in Pittsburgh, we were right there on the border, so we got the Mid Atlantic stuff, which was basically your NWA, and we got the WWE. So being right there, because we were like, I mean, we literally were on the border between Vince McMahon's territory and Jim Crockett Promotions, which owned Mid Atlantic.
Yeah, I was big WWF, and then once they had to change it because of PETA to WWE, I was like, what? That was like a
Oh no,
huge.
it wasn't PETA. It was World Wildlife Fund.
Oh, that's right, because they had the same initials.
Uh huh.
Yeah, that was like a big controversy in my life at that time.
Oh yeah. I was like, what the fuck? That
I was
was
like,
the big.
WWF? They're gonna change WWF. Nobody's gonna recognize it. What the hell's going on? The world's gonna end.
Yeah, that was right after they had bought out WCW and killed WCW. See, I grew up watching both WWE and NWA. So when it came to the thing with the Monday Night Wars between WCW, which was the remnants of Mid Atlantic and the NWA after Turner had bought it, right?
Yeah.
And so I grew up watching both. I didn't have a loyalty one way or another. I mostly watched Nitro, but I would go back and like watch replays of Raw. But I watched Nitro live because I don't know, Nitro just during the Monday Night Wars with the NWO and shit, that's where I was at. That was what I was watching when Hogan lost to Goldberg. Man, I can tell you exactly where I was the moment. And yes, I was counting 1, 2, 3 in my living room. Yeah, I mean, I could. I mean, I know exactly where I was when that match went down. I was sitting on the couch in my living room, watching on the brand new 27-inch CRT TV we had just bought.
From Sears?
Uh, it may have been Sears or
Yeah.
Walmart. It was Philips Magnavox. It was right after Philips and Magnavox had merged. Man, that was a nice TV too for that time period. Yeah. Anyway, we do got to get out of here.
Yeah,
So,
I'm literally gonna turn into the gun snoring pacifist in about 5 minutes.
uh-huh. So we will catch y'all, and probably not tomorrow night. They said I'll probably take tomorrow night off, give my vocal cords and stuff a rest, because I still do not feel very well, sadly. And we'll probably see Friday for the annual Christmas Eve special. I got to figure out what we're going to do that night. So until then, everybody have a safe week, and we'll catch you next weekend. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, later.